Good morning, Madam Clerk.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Are you ready to roll?
I am.
Okay, give us just a second. All right, Madam Mayor, we are ready to call to order the Wednesday, May 25th Reno City Council meeting.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you. Okay, this is the City Council meeting for Wednesday, May 25th, 2022, for the record. And at this time, we're going to start with item A1, Madam Clerk, and that is Pledge Allegiance. And I would love it if Mr. Tom Dolan would lead us in the pledge. Good morning, Mr. Dolan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, before we call the roll, I'd actually like to observe a moment of silence for the tragedy that happened yesterday in Texas and all those who lost their lives. So please indulge us for a moment of silence. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus?
Here.
Dorr?
Here.
Delgado? Weber?
Here.
Jardin?
Here.
Reese? Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it right back to you for item A3, public comment.
Thank you. Our first item today is general public comment. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there is disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is Levon Reed, followed by George Campione, followed by Terry Brooks.
Good morning, Levon. Good morning. Nice to see you. It's like rock stars in the room today. We got Ethan O'Brien, we got Levon, we got Corey.
I try to be a public servant. So, good morning, Mayor Hillary Slaver. Good morning, Reno Council. I'd like to say first, I liked your commercials when I saw you at 5 o'clock on your campaigning. I thought those were really good. I'd like to also see you on Channel 8, KOLO 8, the morning 9 o'clock break. I think if you came on with Masto, or is her name right? Katie Masto, I think you should promote our Reno area more. So I think that would be good, especially in the next few weeks. We need you to get reelected. Believe me, I'm afraid for the governor and the senator right now's seats, but we need you, Hillary. There's a lot going on in this community and a lot that needs to get done. So now my 3 comments as what I think. If you notice the electric scooters that are going around all over town, I have a suggestion on how to make that more efficient. I notice you can only use a credit card to use them, but a lot of people don't have credit cards. So my suggestion is when you can buy the little cards, gift cards, maybe you do them at Walmart, the city, downtown RTC, put those on there and let them do for half hour, an hour. Do those, and you can buy 2 or 3, then you can run around town, and that would be easy for everybody. And then the second part of that is we have safety issues as far as people around town. We're trying to do the green promoting space so where cars can see them. But I do think we need to turn around and have a place to put these scooters. We got electric scooters everywhere, and it's like we got nowhere to safely put them, because I have one 2 days and it got stolen. And I was like, wow, so if you buy an electric scooter, you should have wanted to get stolen quick. And then now my last thing is I want to suggest about the hospitals. We have a real problem where I was in the hospital 3 times in the last week, and you wait 8-9 hours to get in the hospital to get in to see the doctor. So I think that needs to be improved for our people visiting the community and for the tourists and everyone around us. And then my one last pet peeve is still the homeless. I think we need to wipe up that corridor and don't let them be down with tents and that on 4th Street. Because we already allocated a place for them, so they shouldn't be out in the street there, making it look worse. And I really want to commend you guys on the Ambassador Reno group. I see that's really improving, cleaning up the community. So that's a real great program for you. And Hillary, I just love you to death. You have got to win again, because we got to get a movie. And Oscar, I like seeing him lately a lot. And Naomi Durr, I've been seeing that you show that you're doing a lot for the council and the community. So good thumbs up for you guys. So the rest of you, I want to see you on there. I want to see you guys actively showing that we're doing a lot for this community. As a servant of God, I want to see this happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lavon.
George Campione, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Jessica Castro.
Did I do something here?
It's coming up.
Thank you. Okay. My name is George Campione, and I'm here again to point out he tore down motels where poor residents lived during a housing crisis. City leaders did nothing. Okay. Following that is a quote that Ms. Sheeby, Madam Mayor, talked about horrific conditions and affordable housing. Last week, I brought forward this picture of what I consider horrific. All right? And I want to talk about today, basically, unregistered vehicles. All right? Because we have a problem. I saw on KOL8. All right? This here, if you look really close, it's a 2015. All right? And I would ask this officer back here to run its plate. This is a city or court employee. It is parked in your court parking lot, right over here. Anybody you want to take a walk with me? I'll put $100 on it, all right? It's there, okay? That's just one of them. Here's another one. My managers have called on this. This is sat out front of the Terrace River apartment for over a year and a half. I actually presented this to and Jenny, you pay attention to this. This is in your district, okay, your ward, all right? I brought this to attention of a what they call it, parking enforcement. He did nothing. They have called on this continuously. They have gotten no response. It does not move. It sits there. People don't care about lines. You got people drawing lines, right? Okay, what is this? What does this tell you? This tells you it's a median. Not only that, because of all that trash sitting there, because the sweeper can't get to it, all right, there's a red. It's red. There's no way you can park there that it's not red. On a daily basis, I see more police officers pass that by with not a glance. Why is that? I guess they're not responsible for parking control anymore. That's fine, all right? Let's look at this. There's another one. This has been sitting here now just for 3 days. And you can talk to your maintenance people who have done repair work, grass work on the Lear Theater. They have seen this sitting here. They were there this morning. It's sitting there still. All right? What are we doing about this? This is money wasted. What? We got parking enforcement. If they're not capable of doing their job, give me the damn manual. I'll pass the damn test, and I'll show you how to write tickets. All right? The other, Jenny, write this ticket number down. 183796. All right? You will see that this was not only initiated in November of 2019, it was closed. The RV was never taken off. It was reopened because I told him it was not moved. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'll be back.
Will you please make sure you give those images to our clerk so she has them on file?
I'm sorry.
Terry Brooks, followed by Jessica
get better.
Castro.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to address following the money to employment in the case of homelessness. Most existing businesses are owned by the rich, which makes them a lot of profit, which is how they became so rich. Not all of the work is done by them. They usually hire other people to do the work for them. And even though the owners don't do the work, they make a lot of profit off of those who do the work. And their profits usually grow really high, while the workers who do the work often barely get by. It's the owners who decide who it is who gets hired, and they also decide who it is who gets fired. It's the business owners who decide the wages that the workers make, and decide the days and hours they work, and if or when they get a break. It's the business owners who make all of the decisions, and in order to increase their profits, they make all of the revisions. If the workers don't work up to par, those workers will likely get fired by the owners who then decide who will then be hired. To get fired and lose their job was not the workers' intent. Now they have no money and they can't pay their rent. So then they will probably wind up homeless and on the street. Where are they going to sleep? What are they going to eat? You can follow a little money to those who still work, but you can follow it only as long as they're still going to work. It's the rich who make most of the money. That's what they're in business for. But the workers make just enough to live on. Without it, they'll wind up poor. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today. And just so you know, I speak freely. I don't expect to receive any pay. Oh, this is chapter 31.
All right, good, you're getting through them. Thanks, Terry.
Our final public commenter today is Jessica Castro.
Hi, my name is Jessica Castro. I haven't seen you all for a while because I've been paying rent at a ridiculous rate. I've had to work 3 jobs for the last 4 months just so that my daughter and I could have a fairly decent life. But that's not what I'm here to talk about, although that is very important, and it does, just like Terry said, it ties into everything. I'm working 3 jobs as a single mother of a 16-year-old to make ends meet. I'm also doing outreach. The first week that I stepped back out there, I was told about 2 different incidences of rapes again. The last time I came here, I was blackmailed, I was blacklisted, even by my own people, saying that I just like to exaggerate and I like drama. This is not the truth. I have a very, very good unsheltered friend who has been on the streets for a very long time. This woman has been in and out of foster care since she was 8 years old. She's been handed pretty shitty life. The other night, she was walking near the CARES campus, the super shelter that was built, and we all know it's very unsafe. She was walking from the CARES campus to a store in the middle of the night because she was thirsty and wanted something to drink. So on her way back, she was attacked by 3 men. They jumped out of their vehicle and they raped her. You all built a super shelter that is unsafe inside, and it is not safe inside, and it's unsafe outside as well. I was also told of another rape inside of the facility. A disabled woman was being raped by men. The guards don't care. They don't care. They don't care unless they're going to get a pat on the back. Maybe he felt unsafe. I'm not sure what the situation was. I wasn't there, but I do know that nothing was done. I do know that it was reported to me by somebody else who came to me and said, I cannot believe what I just saw the other night. It's terrifying. I feel like we all speak different languages. I feel like you all speak the language of money and image, and I'm speaking the language of humanity. So my pleas are falling upon deaf ears. I know they are. Like Terry said, I'm working 3 jobs. I'm paying, do you know the average for a 1-bedroom apartment right now in Reno is $1,700? You all do have the ability to help us, and you're not. You can say that it's all, you can make excuses, you can say whatever, but you chose to sit in that seat. You chose to be my leader. You all did. You chose to take this public seat so that I could come to you and say, this is my plea to you and this is what we need help with. And I've done this over and over and over. I get basically shamed for coming to you and speaking about things that happen like rapes. So here I am again. I'm going to go back into my hole and go work so that my daughter and I can have a somewhat sustainable life. Thank you guys again.
Thank you, Jessica.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment. For the record, I would like to note that we did receive 6 comments, which were general in nature and not directly associated with an agenda item on today's meeting. 1 in favor, 2 in opposition, and 3 concerned. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on reno.gov/meetings. Additionally, we have 2 voicemails, which we will go ahead and play at this time.
Yes, I wanted to see if there's anything that you're doing about the poisoning of the alcohol at these licensed facilities in Reno, since these people came in and decided to take over and seem to think that it's okay for them to poison the citizens in the city of Reno. We'd just like to know what it is you're going to be doing about it. And we've called several times, but we just keep getting pushed around. So we'll try back tomorrow. And if you like, you can leave this message for the city council members, since they wanted everyone to be in with the program. And that includes licensed facilities like markets and CVS and places like that. I don't know, this is a federal, capital, state, city crime that isn't being solved, and it's been going on for quite some time. 5 years, and let's see, this bit of it for the past 2. So we'll try back.
Yes, this is Jerry Mifsud. Today, at the city council meeting, I was improperly chastised by city council member Devin Reese over 2 buttons on my 4-button Hawaiian shirt that were unbuttoned. Now, before I entered the city council, I asked the guards, am I dressed appropriately? Yes, I was told by a security guard and a police officer. When I came into the room prior to the meeting, Devin was standing right there. I faced him and said hello to him. He faced me and said hello to me and said nothing about my shirt being open or that it was inappropriate. So I come to the meeting. I come to the comment section. I am somewhat critical of the handling of Teglia Paradise Park. Some people some council members may be a little bit unnerved by this, but Devin says nothing until after I'm done talking. I start to walk away, and he decides to pull out some either policy or some kind of number and say that I was inappropriately dressed. I told him he was wrong. He was wrong in saying that. There's nothing wrong with a shirt being unbuttoned. It's a hot day. I'm 77, and I was having a hard time breathing. But still, he went on, and so did I. Before I know it, the police officer comes up to me to now remove me. He got a high sign or something. I think he did it on his own volition. He put his hand underneath my armpit. I removed his hand. I said, I will walk with you outside. You could escort me, but please don't manhandle me like I'm a criminal. I do have to go to the second floor to pick up some copies of tapes. When I do go to the second floor, I see Rick Caldera. I have a private, friendly conversation with him all the way up to the 14th floor. I don't do my business. I'm enjoying talking to Rick, and vice versa. But when Rick leaves me at the 14th floor, 2 cops come up to me, and now they want to escort me out the building because they think I'm creating a problem. There is no problem. They go talk to Rick. Rick has no problem with me. He voices that. They still come out, the cops, and they say, we're escorting you out the building. You're problematic. I said, no, you'll escort me to the second floor to Barbara and get copies of my tape. I said, but I'm uncomfortable. This has all been handled wrong. Devin has it out for me. He's actually called me in private homophobic. Look it. Why, if I came to a city council meeting in a dress and my blood.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm going to actually send it over to the city manager. Do you have any updates to the agenda?
No updates to today's agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, we're going to go to item A4, approval of the agenda. May I get a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Item A5, approval of the minutes. May I please get a motion? I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. And just for the record, Madam Clerk, I want to make sure that would be item A51, 52, 53, and 54. Are there any
Thank you.
changes? Whoever hold. Okay. No changes. All right, we're going to move on to item B, consent agenda. At this time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment for consent agenda?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no public comment registered for consent agenda. Additionally, we have not received any general public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to start over to my left. That's Councilwoman Weber. Do you have any items you'd like to pull off the agenda? Okay, thank you so much. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yes, B7, please.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
She just pulled it.
B7. Councilman Delgado. Nothing. Councilman Reese. Councilman Breckus.
B2, B4, and B5.
All right, may I get a motion to accept all
So
the other
moved.
items? Thank you so much. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're gonna start with item B2, and that, I'm gonna send it to Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I just would like a staff report. Staff wasn't available when I did my Monday agenda review, and I didn't get kind of the detailed version of this large budget augmentation. Is our interim finance director here?
Good morning, Vicki.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Interim Finance Director for the record. Before you have an item for the budget revisions and augmentations for the third quarter, which is January to March 31. And in the general fund, we have a total of $23 million being augmented. Most of that is from increases in the C-tax, property tax, business licenses, and franchise fees. As council knows, this budget was built during a time when the economy was uncertain and revenues have come in much higher than were anticipated. And so most of this augmentation is bringing forward those revenues that we see coming in the current year, and this actually is in line with the tentative budget and the final budget as it was adopted for next year. So it's bringing those revenues that we're seeing the growth in the current year in line. We do have a few other augmentations. The majority of the other ones are in the other governmental funds, and it's just bringing forward the fund balances from the ACFR, the annual financial report when it was actually adopted in January, and just adjusting those current year beginning fund balances to actuals. This is kind of an accounting function that we do each year just to make it a little cleaner on the books. And those are the big items that we have on here.
Okay, may I, Madam Mayor, ask a follow-up question? So the 11 million of carry forward from the F-21 fund balance adjust to actual, do we usually do that in this late fourth quarter augmentation? It seems like
Typically-
it's a little late this year.
It is a little late this year, Councilmember Breckus. We typically do it after the annual the ACFR is actually adopted and we have those ending fund balances is when we typically do it. We were just running a little bit late this year with it.
Okay, so it's the 11 million and then you built the FY '23 off of that 11 million?
Correct.
Okay, and then the other one was the carry forward on the stabilization 3.1. That's not augmented money. Is that from the prior year?
Yes.
Okay.
And we typically do this like this at this point in the year, and we anticipate we're going to expend it in the year so that in case something happens in the month of June, we have a catastrophic event or something, flooding or something, and we needed to access those funds, we would have budget authority to do it.
Okay, but we have a policy about how to use the stabilization.
Correct.
It's not like
Yes.
contingency, right?
No.
And then the last one is the last tranche of the ARPA money. When's that going to come in? Is that this month? or-
Any day now.
Any
You should
day.
have it any day now. I did speak to another local agency and they have not received theirs yet. We have applied for it. I did apply for it. It typically takes 10 working days. So anytime now we are expecting it. Our other local agency that I spoke to, they have not received theirs either.
Okay.
And no correspondence either, so.
It's going to roll into this year's books, though.
Correct. And it
Okay.
will come on
Good.
on the fourth quarter, which will be coming on the 8th.
Okay, this is really the third quarter. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, can you please give me a motion?
Yeah, I'll motion.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, sending it back to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, this is item B4, and I will read a disclosure before I ask questions and for a staff report. In the interest of full transparency on item 4, I'm disclosing that my husband, Armando Analysis, is the Community Services Director for the City of Sparks. This item is a proposed professional agreement between the cities of Reno Sparks and Jacobs Engineering Group to obtain dewatering, pre-design, and evaluation services for the Tumworth facility. It's a $1.147 million agreement based on the city's joint ownership of the facility. An existing cost-sharing agreement, Reno will pay $787, Sparks will pay $359 if this is approved. Talked to the attorney's office, and here, because Sparks have an existing cost-sharing agreement, parties share the public regional water treatment goals and objectives. My commitment in a private interest to my spouse as an employee would not clearly and materially affect the judgment, independence of judgment of a reasonable person. Please, I'll hand this to Madam Clerk, and she can put it on the record attached to this agenda item. Thank you. So what is this about?
I have a quick presentation.
Oh,
if
good,
you'd like
thanks.
to- All right.
Sure.
So my name is Matt Smith. I'm the Associate Civil Engineer with Utility Services, and today I'll be discussing item B4, which is the Dewatering Evaluation and Pre-Design Services Agreement.
That's what I thought.
So a quick project overview. So this is going to be located at Tumworth, which is east of East McCarran. And geographically at the plant, it's on the southern side of the plant. So Tumworth is a unique facility. It's a very heavily regulated waterway. We're just focusing on a small part of the plant. We're not gaining any discharge capacity with this project, and we're fixing just issues that will fail. And so my goal with this presentation is that you'll have an understanding of the process and why we are recommending you to approve this agreement today. So what is dewatering at Tumworth? We know that the city of Sparks and Reno sewers come in at Tumworth. Raw sewage is 99% liquid and 1% solids. Doesn't seem like that much on the solids side, but 30 million gallons equates to about 165 tons of solids that are produced daily and hauled off site. So the sewage goes into the main treatment unit, and really fundamentally dewatering is separating the wheat, which is the liquid, from the chaff, which is the solids. And then the liquid is 99% liquid at that point. After it's separated, the thickened solids is 2 to 6%. And then we thicken those solids even further up to about 15 to 20%. So this is what it looks like. So we have sludge, which is separated into centrate and cake. There's your liquids and your solids. So sludge can be related to as a consistency of, say, chocolate syrup. And I'm sorry about the food analogies, but it's the best way to understand this. So chocolate syrup to, say, like cream of wheat, per se. After it goes through the centrifuge, the centrate, this looks pretty good. You're looking for a Coors Light looking centrate. Guinness, not so good. So on the cake side, cake is actually the only one of these terms that is an industry term, and that's just because of its physical resemblance of crumbled cake.
I'm never going to eat cake.
Yeah, believe me, the only resemblance is the physical look of the cake. So this just gives a schematic overview of how it performs and the existing building. The centrifuges up top receive that sludge, and then the liquid is separated, put back into the plant. The cake falls down into the cake pumps, and then it's pumped into the hoppers. Those hoppers store that cake, and then the trucks come through, load the cake up, and take it to the landfill. So just before I leave this slide, you can see that we have 2 centrifuges, and you might not be able to see it. Well, you can't, but there's 4 hoppers there, which hold our sludge. So why we're recommending this? There's a number of reasons why we're recommending this, but I'll first touch on the risk ranking. For fiscal year 2021 and 22, they've been elevated. So number 1 is the highest ranking, risk rank. And I do this exercise with the maintenance and operations staff at the plant. And so they have deemed this to be the highest ranked project at the plant. Capacities 1, and I have 2 arrows there because one's pointing to centrifuges. We have 2 duty and 0 standby, which the industry standard is to have a redundant system. Inevitably, one is going to fail. You have to be able to put the other one on. Otherwise, it's kind of an emergency. We have limited space. Some kind of counterintuitive is over time, the machines have gotten higher capacity, but they haven't gotten any smaller. This building was built in 1983, and so the existing constraints make it very difficult to select new equipment. Overall, it's just not code compliant, it's not safe, and any modifications to the building, I'm sure you're aware with seismic retrofits, this is one of those buildings that would fall under that category of needing a seismic retrofit. So today, our recommendation is to approve the dewatering evaluation and pre-design agreement.
Yeah. Thanks. Madam Mayor, may I? Yeah, that was a great presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's only one component that I understand is part of a very expensive general master plan for Tumworth that has a big price tag. And that whole picture has not been presented to this body. Mr. Manager, this is directed to you because I've been asking for this to come on the agenda for some time now. I was at Tumwa last week, I think it was, and Council Mayor Lawson made a comment to the degree, some knowledge about the general plan and what Sparks knows and has been presented about, the plant and its needs. And we haven't over here. At the same time, we're doubling our smaller plant up in Reno Stead, and we have not understood the whole picture here at Tumworth, and we have not done a rate study to understand how we're going to pay for all this. The ratepayers in Reno, everyone rolled into renters, has increased their sewer rates 35% since I've been on the council to my last estimate, while hookup costs for warehouses, new apartments, new housing has been at $14. So we've created a tremendous inequity in our rate structure, in my view, and how we pay for all these improvements. At the same time, we are embarking upon very costly endeavors. $1 million for design is huge, immense. I wonder what the project's going to be. It's probably, do you have a number that you work on of design to construction in this field?
Since the recommendation from the consultant. We don't know what the recommendation is yet, and so we're waiting until we get that recommendation to really
Okay.
firm up our budget. We have some placeholders in our 5-year CIP.
Yeah, and if I had a presentation on the general plan for Tom Wharf, would there be a placeholder in there that I would know what this project's gonna cost? And what the total demands for Tom Wharf are in the next 10 years?
Mr. Smith, hold on one second. So Councilmember Reckes, I think we do need to clarify. So there is a plan in the works for Tom Wharf, and the several jurisdictions are working through that, and you will see it in due time. This project, the centrifuges have reached the end of their useful life. They are near a failure state and they need to be replaced. It makes sense for us to make sure that we build in redundancies like we have in other features at Tom Wharf when we do that. And so while it is true that Sparks needs probably some treatment capacity expansion at Tom Wharf so that they can continue to discharge to the Truckee River and stay within the boundaries of the discharge permit, this project is not intertwined with that.
Well, in my view, it's spending at Tom Wharf. And I've been hearing for 3 years, there's a general plan. It's been adopted, the JCC's seen it. We need to have it here. We need to know the whole complexion of what we're spending at Tom Wharf in combination with STED. So I am not.
The JCC has seen this and approved this, and it's part of the CIP. This is not coming out of the blue. It's part of the 5-year CIP and has been so for some time.
And I argue that this body's, because we're the ones who set the rates, this body needs to see that plan and understand the full complexity of what we're doing with our sewer treatment plants, which is getting very costly by the week with projects like this. I'm not in support of going on more design efforts for more projects until we have the big picture of the cost for sewer in this region coming forward in the next 10 years, and that it's equitably distributed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is for Mr. Hall. The disclosure that was read by the Ward 1 member beforehand was rather lengthy and also new. I guess I'm trying to figure out, I don't understand. Ms. Breckes has served on this body for many years and has never read that disclosure. And so I'm trying to figure out, is this advice that you've made the Ward 1 member, or has she failed to read the similar disclosure for the last 9 years?
My understanding is that she approached our office and wanted to make a disclosure out of the abundance of caution since her husband works for Sparks, so we accommodated that request.
Okay.
Yeah, and
That
just for
makes sense.
clarification, ethics are a private matter, and things have come
Madam
to my
Mayor,
light.
I think I have the floor,
Yes, you
and
do.
I
okay.
wasn't
I
asking for
apologize. Go
Councilmember
ahead, Councilman
Breckes.
Reese, please.
That was my first question. The second question really has to do with, Mr. Manager, your comment, and I wanted to see if the public had the opportunity to have a better explanation of the 5-year CIP, because I do think that's important. Obviously, the rate study is coming down the pike. I think we'll probably take it up after the break, meaning our summer break. I understand that a lot of the constituent stakeholders in the business and development community, who understandably know that a larger rate increase is coming for them, is coming down the pike too. But can you speak to the CIP for this particular item, not to the broader everything under the sun sewer question, but just as to this item?
Well, I mean, I think, at some point here, I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Smith. But Tom Wharf is a large and expensive entity. It serves a broad swath of the community in terms of its sanitary sewer treatment capabilities. It is unique in terms of its the technical. I'm going to sound real dumb here. The more sciencey parts of how we treat water and clean it enough to get back to the river. One part of that is what we're talking about today, where we pull solids out of the water that comes in so that it is easier to clean to the standards that are necessary to meet the discharge permit. The centrifuges are old. They don't have redundant capabilities like other portions of Tom Wharf do. And the consequences of failure are immense.
And
so
what are the consequences of failure?
the consequences of failure are that we would not be able to meet the standards of the discharge permit.
Thank you. Appreciate the response.
Okay. All right. Is there anything you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. I just saw you get up, so I wanted to make sure. Any other comments?
Move to approve.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, I'm not going to support it. We have got to get ahead of all the costs we are encumbering, whether they're revolving loan fund, debt for RISWRF, design commitments. We have got to get ahead of the costs of the sewer and its relationship to this recycled water effort. And we're not going to get there until we are held to having to have that discussion and communicate to the public what the costs are, because they are mounting and they are not equitably distributed. And in October, we'll probably see, I would imagine, an 8% sewer rate increase on the quarterly for households. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That was discussion. I just want to make sure, Madam Clerk, you have that on the record. Okay, so motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries. All right, we are heading it back to you at item B5.
Yeah, this is an amendment to an agreement for the Stonegate development. And, Chief, I don't know if you're the right person to answer this, because the notice says that it's an amendment to the PUD agreement, but the language that I see amended in there is this section 5.8. The city manager is authorized to make operational judgments and decisions regarding the administration of this agreement and to extend, accept, or waive performances by the counterparty. So it would appear to me that the administrative executive delegation of this agreement has been broadly increased. Do you have an answer to how it read before?
I'm not certain that Chief Cochran is the right person to answer that question. I could take a stab at it, or we could hand it over to Mr. Hall.
Okay, because 5.8, it says that gives the city council authority as written. And now that authority is delegated to the city manager without consultation with the council. And it wasn't in the notice. I had to pick through it on the reading. And furthermore, how is the public to know when the manager waives, could basically zero out the whole agreement?
I disagree. I think the provision in 5.8 of the original agreement is consistent with the amended agreement with respect to the city manager's authority to administer minor changes to the public safety facility and the fire facility. All other responsibilities of city council are still in the agreement, so I don't see any issue. I think both Section 4 and Section 5.8 are consistent, so I don't have any issues with the amendment.
You don't see material that in 5.8 it is written, that it says unless the city council has limited the authority of the city manager? So now the city council cannot bring this before and say, hey, city manager, on this area, we're going to limit your authority. Now he has unilateral authority to waive all performance of this agreement? That's how I read it.
It amends, it does not replace. So I don't have any issues with the.
You don't see, okay. Well, that's a legal reading. I see this is greatly reducing the policy role of this body in delegated powers to the executive. It wasn't even noticed as part of this agreement. I won't be supporting this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor Jordan?
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right. Vice Mayor Jordan and Councilwoman Dewar.
I think it was B, did we just do B5? Yep, okay, good. So B7, I see our visitors in the audience, and I just wanted to say, this item is a resolution to support endorsing the Nevada Western Heritage Center Alliance to help revitalize the Reno Sparks Event Center, a Livestock Event Center. And I just wanted to say that I have been at this Livestock Event Center for decades. And I have long thought that it needed an upgrade. Even when I was at the Truckee River Flood Project, it was discussed with me potentially moving it out to the middle of the floodplain. Nobody really thought that was a good idea, but we all knew something needed to be done to make it a really effective and a real draw for our community, a place to go. I had an opportunity to meet with the folks in the audience. I'd love to hear from them on this resolution, if that's appropriate, Madam Mayor. But I was very impressed with the plan that was proposed, the vision, I think that was expressed in that plan, and the opportunity to really elevate what is a livestock event center to something much more for our community. You know, really an outdoor venue for so many different kinds of activities that could be used far more often than just, let's say, for the rodeo or for a, you know, a specialty show, but a much broader array with better parking. And it seemed like everything was better. So I'd love to see a presentation or hear something about the proposal, if we could.
All right, Vice Mayor.
That was going to be mine, is to see if Mr. Dolan or Mr.
And
Miller-
I just want to let council know, and if you have not seen the plan, definitely get with them. We saw that the RCVA is phenomenal. It would be incredible for this community and for our visitors. Thank you to Mr. DiLoretto for all you do and give back to this community, all of you. You're all sort of you rock stars in this community. As I look at Ethan, come on, Ethan, you got a joke for me somewhere. You always got some joke somewhere. But would one of you like to come up and talk about it, Mr. DiLoretto or Mr. Dolan? Come on up.
And I don't know if staff have a picture or anything to show as far as, you know, a staff
Director
presentation.
of Awesomeness and Experience, would you like to come up and
Real quick, just to kind of
give an introduction?
fill in the blanks for the introductions.
thank
Thank
you so
you,
much.
Madam Mayor and Council. Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation and Experience Officer for the record. I'm actually the city manager's designee on this board for the Western Regional Alliance Heritage
Western
Committee.
Heritage Center
So
Alliance.
close. So on behalf of the city manager's office, we have been in coordination and talks with this board of their efforts to bring forward to each of the municipalities a resolution of support. At this time, there is not funding mechanism attached to this. This is support from the board as we understand that livestock is in dire need of some updates. And as Mayor mentioned, this information is available to each of the council members in support for what their plans are. They have been fortunate and through a lot of their efforts have gone forward to the legislature to receive funding and will continue down that in order to make those updates. So Mr. DiLoretto and Mr. Dolan are here to be able to fill in blanks with questions. I know that we don't have a full presentation identified for today as this was a consent item, but they can answer quick questions for you today.
Do we though have a picture just in our backup perhaps?
I do not believe that we have a picture that is readily available. It is in
Okay.
the support documents, but based off the existing agenda system, we can't pull those both up at the same time.
Gotcha.
But it is available to the public online.
And I would like to just, Mr. City Manager, for future agenda, to put that on so we can have a full presentation, because it's pretty impressive. I think the community is going to be absolutely in complete favor. It is really quite something. And you guys have put in a lot of work, and it's way overdue, way overdue. So I'm really excited about this project, so.
If you want to take a minute and give them a quick update, I'll turn over the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Perry DiLoretto. I somehow managed to end up as the president of this 501c3.
Somehow.
I would be remiss if I didn't introduce members of our board of directors who I'm so proud to be serving with. Michelle Nisquaga, Ollie Miller, and Ethan O'Brien joined us today, and Mr. Tom Dolan. You've heard the other names, Mary Simmons and others that I can't recall right now, but I'm usually used to working off of a PowerPoint, but we understood it was be a consent agenda item. Nothing has changed since I've briefed you individually other than the continued intensity of the desire to move this program forward. The more we get into it, the more we are recognizing the need, the potential to broaden this to being much more than just a livestock event center. I remember the glory days when it was first established. The good news is we don't have to start from scratch. We've got a head start on this. We believe there's funds available. We'll be back when it comes time to look for the money, but we are organizing ourselves. I'm very, very proud to also announce that Mr. Phil Satry has recently joined us as an advisor to this effort. So we're all in it. We believe in it. It's a lot of hard work. Thank you for your consideration of support for our effort. Tom?
Hi, I'm Tom Dolan. Perry hauled me in on this deal, so. But I just want you to know that I've been in this town I've worked I've had dealerships for 53 years on Kitsky Lane. And, you know, we've always supported children and we've always supported the city. And this is a major, major deal. I mean, the people that are behind this are phenomenal. I mean, when I say phenomenal, I mean people that have really molded this city. And everybody has really done a good job as far as jumping on board. We want to do a couple things. What we really want to do is we want to make the Western heritage stay. I mean, we're losing the Western heritage in Reno, Nevada. And that can't happen. We've had this Western heritage, we've had the rodeos, we've had all that kind of stuff. It's all really situated right there. And it's in a community that Oscar and we've talked about, and it's something that we could fix up over there. There's some places, there's parking, we're gonna put up a big parking facility and things like that. The other thing is in this, of which I really like, and I'm going to back personally, is the support of children. And I'm just one of those guys that I've supported children all the time in Reno, and I think it's the future. And to keep Western heritage and the city and everybody around here, I'm talking about Sparks, Reno, everybody from South Virginia all the way up. And so I just want you to know that being a supporter of this community for a long time, it's the only time I've come to you guys about something that's important to me, and that's this deal that we're putting together. It's a tough deal to put together. It's a lot of work, and Naomi, you're absolutely right. It works. It is a lot of work. Meeting after meeting, and he only told me I had to come once a month, you know, and that's not right. He lied to me, and I just want that on the record. No, it's just a bunch of us have gotten together, and it's going to be a good deal with Phil Satrino and all the other people, and we have everything in the whole city that's going to be working out of that area. Not only to build that, but also to, you know, to build up the area and get the people over there all involved in it. And I think it's a real important situation and district to pick up. So anyway, thank you very much. I don't want to go any further because we will be back.
All right, I have a couple of questions for you.
Oh, boy.
We're going to start with Councilman Reese.
Well, no hard questions today because we've been had the opportunity to talk about it offline. But I want to say a couple of things. Number one, thank you for both of you gentlemen and for the other board members' continued investment in this community. It's pretty impressive to see the folks who are associated with it because they're the folks who built the community. The Esquaga family, obviously Mr. DiLoretto and Mr. Dolan. It really is a joy, and we don't get you to be in chambers enough, obviously, because you're out there doing work and we're up here doing work. And so it is nice to see you. Mr. Dolan, personally, thank you for not only this effort, because all of you are serving on more than one board, but for other efforts you've undertaken, organ and tissue donation, some of the school programs that you've initiated, those have really affected our kids. But I guess ultimately it is that tie to Western heritage and Western Nevada that we all seek to preserve as an opportunity to understand and know more about the place that we all love. So thank you for that too, because it is being lost. Now, in a couple of weeks, the rodeo will be getting underway. That's very exciting. My hope is that you'll get Madam Mayor into one of those fancy Wells Fargo wagons.
Oh.
When she and I were there last year, it's quite an impressive feat, but it'd be more impressive with her in the wagon. I'm trying to throw her under the bus.
I did that last year.
I
already
know.
did that.
It's always a fun evening, but thank you so much for the effort. And yes, I do know it's a big lift, but hopefully if everybody comes together, the state, the federal government, the county, us, everyone will have a role in preserving this important touchstone for our community. And there's a lot to work ahead. But thank you for taking the effort because nothing happens without good folks like you stepping up to make that effort. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much, and I'll just echo some of that. I mean, you guys just do the work to get it done, and anything that this group of professionals and amazing community members is involved in is bound to be successful. So I'm just going to tell a really quick story because I think what's important about the Livestock Event Center and children is the memories. The memories that are created at the end of, as we get older in life, that's what we always hearken back to is the memories. So I'm going to tell a quick story about 4-H. In 1981, at the Livestock Event Center, when I was showing my grand champion pig, Frankenswine, who I loved dearly and bathed and raised this pig, which taught me many, many great things in life. And I went to 4-H and I showed the pig with the cane, and I had the white shirt and the green bow, and everybody that's been in 4-H knows what I'm talking about. So I had heard stories, though, about what happens at the end of the show. And your animals get auctioned off, and oftentimes we were hearing different slaughterhouses and meat packing places were buying all these animals. And I was so relieved when my grand champion pig went up for sale and went up there, and I don't even remember what it went for. I was so excited because a man had bought my pig, and I was convinced this man was going to raise it as a pet. That man was John Esquaga. So I was convinced, and I didn't find out until years later that my Frankenswine was probably at a buffet a week later. But my point is, the memories that are created in these sorts of facilities are those in which we carry forever. And so the importance of this can't be overstated. So I just wanted to share that story. I think we're all in on
I love
this.
that. You'll never forget.
I'll never
It's
forget
about
it.
the memories, exactly. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, and not a story, but just I want to put an emphasis on what both of you just said. I moved here in the 70s, and so I'm not fifth generation or anything, but I quickly adopted the Nevada way. And the Nevada way was take a person at your word, trust but verify. But a lot of it was oral agreements, handshake deals. That's how we rolled. And that's how I ran my life, since I arrived, because I came at a young age, at 20. I was very impressionable, and I was very impressed with what Nevada meant. Nevada also, where did that come from? Well, to me, that came from our Western heritage. And I think, for years, at least 15 years in a row, I went to Cowboy Poetry out in Elko. And I always, occasionally there would be little pop-ups, maybe something at Bartley, maybe something down in Carson City or something. But there was never as much a focus here as there was, let's say, in Virginia City or out in Elko. And I always felt that this is what sets us apart. We are not our surrounding states. We're not California, Oregon, Idaho, although Idaho has a good Western heritage as well. But and we're not Arizona. We are unique Nevadans. And I think that this is an amazing opportunity to really bring that heritage to the fore. So many people are moving here from so many other places. Fast forward, now it's 45 years or so since I moved here. And, many people just moved here yesterday or last year. And they're talking to me, for example, about, I hesitate to bring it up, but what are these wild horses? They don't understand what's happening here, and they don't understand what's so unique and special about here. It's not just gaming and some of the vices that we're known for. It's this unique culture and this heritage, whether it's the Basque culture, whether it's our cowboy culture, whether it's our Native American culture. All of these are what make Nevada, Nevada, and so different. And then we've had so many immigrants come here from other places that have brought their cultures, mine included. So we're a melting pot, but we also need to hold firm, I think, to those that came before. And I think this is a great opportunity to both highlight Western culture as well as highlight the diversity. Who has been part of that? When did they come? Whether it was, I won't start in a list because I know I'll leave someone out. But I think you get the flavor of where I'm going. It's not just one thing. It's more of a sense of a being and a sense of who we are than any particular person, race, creed, or even culture. So I hope to see that at this center. I think it's a huge opportunity. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you so much. Just so thankful for what you're doing. When I met with you, Mr. Di Loretto, Perry, I just wanted to say thank you for putting this group together, both of you, all of you. I know as a county commissioner, we worked on this, obviously. We use the Livestock Event Center, and then on RSDVA for many years. We've always worked on it, but to bring it together like what you want to do, and bringing the heritage and what it's going to be for our community and children, it's been good. You know, I think it's always been good, but you're going to make it great. And I just say thank you. Thank you, thank you.
All right, Councilman Delgado.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't let these gentlemen get out and raise some money and make this thing happen, right? But more than anything, just wanted to show my appreciation not only to the both of you, but to your board, Ethan, Mrs. Squaga. The family is your commitment to community. The first thing they did is reach out to me and say, Oscar, we want to make sure that this is embraced by the community that surrounds the Livestock Event Center. It's not just for everyone outside, but it's definitely part of and the long-lasting legacy of the community that surrounds it. So how do we make it better? And so that really touched me in the sense of saying this is what we're all about here in Northern Nevada, especially in Washington County and Reno. And so your guys' commitment is weighs and carries very thoughtfully with me, and I know with those community members, as we don't see to change that community, but we see it how we can better it. And with the things that we've already done here at the council with respect to the support of all of you, with Trainer Pool, with Pat Baker Park, and this is an added amenity. Also with RTCs, the Audie and Wells project, which is going to be tremendous. The first multimodal pathway in Reno and Washoe County. This is going to be an added asset to that. So I appreciate all the hard work you guys have put in. Look forward to continuing to work with you on this. And I know the community is also excited about the opportunities as well. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. I also want to call out our very own Paul Gordon. But you have done a tremendous job too. We've sat down many times and talked about how important this is to you. And so I want to say thank you because it really means a lot. So, and Rachel, tremendous job, really tremendous job. So with that being said, in honor of Mr. Esquaga, I would love to see a motion. And I'm going to send it to Councilman Delgado. It's your word.
Madam Mayor, move to approve and support the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And please indulge me for just 1 minute because I would be remiss if I didn't make sure for clarity. This effort started long before this board was formed. The Reno Rodeo Association, as you know, took $1 million of their money and got a matching grant of $1 million from the state to advance it to the point of where it is. Rachel, help me out. I need to mention our other directors. Mary Simmons is on our board. Carrie Ann Sattler, who will be the rodeo president in 2024. Dr. Andrew Morency, Clint Theses from Summit Engineering, who's dedicated so much time and effort to this, and also Mike Torvinen of the rodeo. Okay, all that without a, okay, I'm doing good. All right, well, thank you so much. This is way more than what our expectations were, and we will not let you or the city down. We're going to give this our best effort.
Well, we're more
Thank
than
you.
happy to support. This is really important. So
When Perry speaks, we all listen.
Ethan, is that true?
Oh, yeah, ask Ethan. But thank you very much. I appreciate those very kind comments and all that kind of stuff. But I'll tell you what, it's something we have to keep in this town. And please support, I mean, whatever we can do together and talk this up and all that kind of stuff, we can keep that place good. And you know about your pig? Okay, that's the building that we're probably going to knock down, but we're going to make it a nice one. Okay. It's going to be beautiful over there, okay? Just keep the pig around, okay? All right.
Thank you.
I love it. The ever famous Tom Dolan, everyone. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to our C items today, our public hearings. Item C1.
Okay.
Meridian 120 South Open Space.
Okay, thank you. At this time, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received for item C1.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask staff for a presentation.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Nathan Gilbert, Senior Planner. So the issue on review this morning is a request for a master plan amendment from mixed employment to parks, greenways, and open space, and a rezoning from industrial commercial to parks, greenways, and open space. This is on an 8.3 acre portion of an 80 acre larger parcel just southeast of Boomtown Garson Road. So a little bit of background, in June of 2020, Council approved the Meridian 120 South Villages 1 through 6 and added a condition of approval number 28 requiring a zone change from industrial commercial to the open space designation. It turns out this required a corresponding master plan amendment, and that's what you are reviewing today. As far as compatibility, the Parks, Greenways, and Open Space Master Plan and zoning designations are consistent with the surrounding open space areas. This designation will be deed restricted per the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District Code standards. The Planning Commission was able to make all master plan and zoning map amendment findings. Recommended unanimous approval with 6 in favor. Staff recommends to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the master plan amendment by resolution and refer the zoning map amendment for a second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, if that is that staff's complete presentation? Well, that was very brief. Okay, at this time, I believe we will move into a presentation by Mr. Gordon, and then we'll open it up for questions for both. That was a very brief presentation, which hopefully, Mr. Gordon, yours will be equally as brief.
Mine as well. Thank you. For the record, Garrett Gordon today on behalf of BT South. So as Nathan mentioned, in June 2020, this body approved the tentative map for Meridian 120 South. That included villages 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. That was approved 2 years ago. Our plan is now, today, to finalize 3 conditions of approval with this body in order to move forward with final maps and development. This item before you right now is the first condition. There'll be 2 other at the next agenda item. What have you been doing for the last 2 years since this was approved? As this body knows, final maps have to be approved within 4 years after tentative map approval. So what have we been doing the last 2 years? Why aren't we have a shovel in the ground yet? Well, number one, we participated in numerous stakeholder meetings for an MGOD text amendment process. You'll hear a little bit about this item, next agenda item. That has now been indefinitely postponed. So there's no more text amendment process. It's been postponed. Again, we'll talk about that in next agenda item. Number two, for the last 2 years, we've successfully defended litigation by the Verdi Neighborhood Group. Judge Freeman denied their petition in August of 2021. However, the neighbors again appealed to Nevada Supreme Court to run out this 4-year clock. But we're ready to move forward, finalize these 3 conditions, and get a shovel in the ground for some much needed housing. So as Nathan mentioned, there's 3 conditions we're dealing with today. This agenda item is number 28. And what does this do? It's downzoning our property. We're coming to you today to say we want to satisfy condition number 28, which says 8 acres of industrial land that's currently zoned and master planned in this area, and as this body knows, would absolutely be ready for prime development from an industrial developer. We're saying downzone this property to open space, given that was the agreement and the condition of approval that we made with this city council in order to move the tentative map forward. As Nathan mentioned, you can see in the lower left-hand corner, it's currently zoned industrial. It's now being converted to open space. Mixed employment master plan, converted to open space. So I don't think I've ever done this before, but I'm requesting you to please downzone my client's property in accordance with a condition of approval. And I look forward to talking about the other 2 conditions, the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Breckus.
Mr. Gilbert, so on Mr. Gordon's slide, he actually had something that was a question of mine, which was, I thought we were amending the Mortensen-Garson area plan. We were gonna go back in and do an amendment and relook at all the changed conditions there. And he said it was postponed by the city of Reno in December 21. Who did that? Because I thought it was Miss Jardin who asked for that. The council consented to that, and we were going to amend the Mortensen Garson plan area.
That's correct, and Nathan Gilbert, senior planner. We'll get into that with the next item, but as far as the postponement of work, yes, it stopped.
Who stopped it?
Staff, the advice of the city attorney's office.
Oh, the attorney said don't do your legislative duties. Okay, so I need to understand the relationship, and maybe this is for the body of those who are here, of this item before I vote on the other ones. But he said, and I've never seen it before, and I don't dispute that it happened, but that a condition of approval was a subsequent legislative change of rezoning these properties?
That was part of the June 2020 approval of the Meridian 120 South,
Yeah.
Villages South.
And then what's this property, because I've seen time and time again, property have an open space designation on it, and someone come forward and say, I've got a parcel, I have no property rights, you have to let me develop here. So usually the fix on that is to put it hand in hand with a deed restriction.
That's correct. That's code. That's actually specifically in the Mortensen Garson overlay district.
Okay.
They'd be permanently deed restricted.
And then who will own it?
The applicant still owns it.
Well, oftentimes planning through their approval requires the stand-up of a homeowners association. So you don't have a property owner, die, dissolve. It's usually connected to an instrument that will maintain a property for a long time.
As you know, we can't condition master plan amendments or zoning map amendments.
Yeah, but you could have conditioned you did condition a tentative map.
That condition was added by city council.
City council, okay. Well, that puts us in a tough spot, I think. But I'll wait to hear what others say. But I'm not going to be able to take a vote on this until I understand the relationship to some of the other conditions. So particularly because there was a road that went through here. Thank you.
Was that a question?
Under our rules, we each get 3 minutes, and then we get a second 3 minutes. So since my time's expired, I'll follow up on that. But I was looking for that. I didn't see it in the staff, report, but I saw it on his map. Thanks.
Okay, I'll come back to you if there's no other questions. All right, any other questions? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Move to approve item C11.
Oh, excuse me. I was asking for my second round of 3 minutes.
I'm going to send it back to you, Councilman Breckles.
Yeah, so we have them. So, Mr. Gilbert, on his slide, and Madam Clerk, could you show that again? And look, I get that sometimes the body, planning commissioner, city council will put conditions on, and sometimes they're not very well crafted by the body. That's why we have technical staff to help us. So I appreciate the fact that the council applied that, said go back and do this rezoning, but didn't, take that next step that it's normal of approvals to have it, make sure you have an instrument to manage this property for a long time. Could you all go through, because.
Could you, Madam Clerk, could you put up my presentation, please? Yes.
No, I did want, was yours the one that showed the road going through?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes, the alignment does run through a portion of it.
So can you put a road through the open space?
You can put a road through open space. That's one of the very limited
I thought there
things
was
that you
one
can
along
do.
the backside of that open space, maybe on his slide.
This is per our mapping system.
Okay, I thought his showed. And then are the subsequent issues to amend conditions?
The next item on the
Yeah,
agenda?
for the tentative?
Correct.
So the council could say, through that tentative, make the homeowners association manage this open space so that, whoever owns this, the entity doesn't dissolve, someone die, and then we have a remnant little parcel hanging out there in Reno.
Potentially.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Seeing there are none, I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. You ready? Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
Thank you, Madam
Say,
Mayor.
Madam Mayor, Carl Hall for the
Go right ahead.
record. So, just for the record, we opened C11, C12, and C13. So, with respect to the ordinance introduction, I need to go ahead and read that.
All right.
C13. So, ordinance
Please, go
introduction.
ahead.
Bill number 7210, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, plus or minus 8.3 acre portion of an 80.64 acre parcel generally located 0.21 miles southwest of the intersection of Boomtown Carson Road and Old Town Road from industrial commercial to parks, greenways, and open space, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 5.
All right. What do you need from us?
Motion.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, I guess my question is, with C12 and C13, can we take those?
Separately.
We have to take them separately, or can we take them together? Or,
Didn't we just vote on one?
Just for clarity, if we take them separately, I think it
okay,
makes a
that's
better
where I was
record.
getting a little confused, because one of them is an introduction. So, okay, so C12, move to approve.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say
Yeah,
aye.
Madam Mayor, I'm not going to support, because I really object to rezoning lands to open space with essentially no development rights without, I appreciate it's deed restricted because that gets into market conditions, but if you don't have an instrument to care for this property can go on the tax rolls, delinquent, not have anyone responsibility. It's high-risk fire area. It'll be a nightmare for code to come out there, trace down ownership. It's very problematic. I would encourage the thoughtful consideration of amending this tentative map to make the homeowners association responsible for this remnant parcel. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, sending it back to you.
Madam Mayor, just for additional point of clarification, can we ask Madam Clerk if we took a public comment on these items?
I asked you when we opened up.
We
the-
did ask when we opened C11, C12, C13. There was no public comment and no correspondence received.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor,
Move to refer.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Opposed.
opposed? Okay. All right,
And then C13.
sending it back to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you very much. That was C13, correct?
C1.
Yeah, that was C13. So we are on item C2 at this time. correct?
Okay,
Could I just, want
Yes,
a
go ahead.
clarification? I only remember voting twice. So we just voted on
So we
C1.
voted on C12, so now I need a motion on C13.
That's what I thought. That's why.
My apologies if
That's
I'm
why I'm
confusing
saying
anybody.
this.
I thought that was a motion to refer, which was item C13.
But we were actually on C12, and that's what you asked. It's 3 separate motions. We
No,
took-
I have 3 motions. We're all set. We're on item C2.
Well, our attorney was confused too, so.
okay,
not-
so we are now for clarification on C2. I'm going to
Okay.
send it back to you, Madam Clerk. Let the record
Okay,
reflect
sorry.
that the city council is now opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For item C2, proper notice was given. We did receive correspondence in 21 comments, which were directly associated with this agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. We had 1 comment in favor, 18 in opposition, and 2 comments of concern. We do have some live public comment, and I've got a handful of voicemails, but we'll transition into live public comment first if you
Perfect.
would like.
Thank you.
Our first public commenter today is Michael Hill, followed by Michaela Davies, followed by Ed Coffer.
Hello, I'm Michael Hill. I apologize for my dress code. I was not aware that there might be a dress code
No,
here.
you look fine.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you're absolutely fine. Don't. You're
I am-
buttoned up.
I am worried about the development of that area because it has, for a long time, been used as public lands for people to go hiking on, go camping on. And it borders very closely to the National Forest area. I am an avid outdoorsman, an avid shooter, and a veteran. And just this past weekend, I had 4 friends from the Netherlands out there right on the national forest area. We all went shooting, and from their vacation here thus far, starting in Vegas, going through Zion National Park, going up to Yosemite, they said that was the highlight of their entire vacation thus far. I am worried about this development area because I am worried about it encroaching on the ability of people to enjoy the public lands of the national forest without undue issue. It used to be you could just walk right in there from the Old Town Road access road, take a tent, take a backpack in there, hike in there, be able to camp out, go in there a decent way in, go with a couple of guns and your buddies and go shooting as long as you weren't still within the congested area. And now the only real way to even get back to a point where you can do any outdoor activities is if you have some sort of off-road vehicle to take that access road into the national forest. This severely limits the ability for people without as much funds, because they can't get a side-by-side, an off-road vehicle, those sorts of things, in order to be able to access the area for public use and for them to be able to enjoy the outdoor space. I yield the rest of my time back.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, trying to coordinate a couple different things here. Ed Coffer, followed by Addie Argus, Argus, followed by Alice House.
Good morning. I'm Ed Coffer. I'm here for the Society for the Preservation of Verdi, and I have a few things I'd like to share with you. The city acknowledges that the cap for the MGOD is 3,000 units. It's undisputed that the MGOD still rules Meridian South properties. Removing Condition 4 is very clearly a violation of the MGOD. The district court denied the PRJ because Condition 4 held the project to the cap. BT South Councilor states that San Lucas is a false narrative. San Lucas is relevant to all MGOD properties. San Lucas won at the court because the MGOD was completely misapplied. BT South and the council have completely misapplied the MGOD. The use comes from RMC, but the number comes from MGOD. Those involved in the history, and a lot of us have been here since the inception, know the MGOD intent. Senior planner Nathan Gilbert has been involved in the MGOD. From the beginning, the Verdi residents have been involved in the MGOD, and Verdi residents have backup documentation. But the developer and the council were not involved. Developer bought the property knowing of the special development requirements. Developer is trying to avoid the legal requirements of MGOD. The city of Reno, senior planner, again states 30,000 allocated to the property owners. Residential is allowed in AC subject to the caps of the MGOD, which would limit capacity. We agree with Nathan's recommendations. I have appeared before this body and several other bodies of the city over the last 5 years, and I've stood up here every time an arbitrary and capricious decision has been made by the city. You can't set the rules, then turn around and bend them to suit the developer and what other issues may be involved. We're gonna hold you accountable for enforcing the rules that the city has in fact established. So I thank you for your time. Oh, one other thing, I still have a couple seconds. Lawrence Bella has been a resident out there for 85 years. He's 91 years old, and he's not doing well. So he asked me if I'd be kind enough to read a short letter to you this morning, and with your indulgence, I'll do that. Mr. Belli states, I and 100% of the Belli Ranch Blue Heron subdivision are against you allowing more than one house per acre on Meridian 1 and 2. There'll be small adjoining parcels that will forever change our established neighborhood of 50-plus years. The main reason we object is that we had no protection or knowledge of the change. Thank you.
PowerPoint.
Not quite. Oh. Good morning, Addie Argyris. We've taken a few slides from Councilor's presentation to Planning Commission to show how MGOD has been manipulated, misinterpreted, misapplied. In the top right is a parcel zoned AC that has two numbers by it. 10 acres if commercial use, 242 dwelling units if residential use. Now, this parcel isn't on Councilor's map because it proves if you use AC zoning for residential, you have to have the DUs and it counts towards the cap. Councilor here has misinterpreted MGOD by saying the cap only applies to residential zoning and uses Table 240 as proof. But there are two commercially zoned properties on that table that are being used for residential. Table 240 represents all land used for residential and proves if you use commercially zoned property for residential, you must have the DUs and it counts towards the cap. Additionally, Meridian 4 was IC, not HC. Councilor has misapplied the percentages in this code. The percentages are applied to the changes in the density distribution, not the 3,000 cap. There is no density bonus. Councilor is just wrong on subsection 1 here. The plain language of this MGOD law is all properties, regardless of zoning, that are used for residential cannot exceed 3,000 when added together. This is verbatim verbiage from the handbook that was manipulated by Councilor and a PC commissioner. The non-residential equivalents in the verbiage, which are hotel rooms, are what are excluded from the 3,000 limitation. Per backup documentation and emails from Washoe County Assistant DA Madeline Shipman, who signed the settlement agreement, the exclusion from the 3,000 limitation was the existing Boomtown Hotel and the 2,100 room hotel Boomtown had a permit to build. Councilor and Commissioner Velto omitted the verbiage, including non-residential equivalents, in order to change the meaning of the sentence to favor BT South. Neither Councilor nor Commissioner Velto have any background history of MGOD. They don't have any backup documents. We do. Neither of them asked any questions about the verbiage. They just eliminated it. This is the land use plan. I worked on this plan and the handbook. MGOD has to be taken as a whole. It's not ambiguous. It's just been manipulated as evidenced by Councilor's presentation. Thank you.
So, is it the left-hand click? Hello, Alice House for the record. We are here again to have our voices heard.
Alice, I apologize. If you don't mind turning the microphone to face.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Alice House for the record, sorry. Villages 3 and 4 were conditionally approved. If conditions cannot be met, the property has to be used for the intended purpose. commercial use. Counselors' options contradict each other. Counselor's first option says they are exempt from the cap. Counselor's second option says we are subject to the cap, increase it. Application acknowledges they are subject to the cap. Verbiage manipulated by Counselor and PC Commissioner Alex Velto. Up to 3,000. I'm so sorry. I'm clicking the wrong one. I'm sorry. Oh. Okay, now. Verbiage manipulated by the counselor and the PC Commissioner Alex Velto. Up to 3,000 residential units, including non-residential equivalents on the remainder of the properties, which elimination does not include the 124 and the 176 acres noted above. A non-residential equivalent is a hotel room. Backup documentation and emails from the Washoe County Assistant DA Marilyn Shipman, who signed the settlement agreement. The exclusion from the 3,000 cap is the existing Boomtown Hotel and the 21-room hotel Boomtown had permitted for. The exception was tied to what was on the Boomtown property at the time of the settlement. Our intentions are not to delay this project, but instead to have the city uphold the unique codes and restrictions and conditions that govern the Verdi area. BT South and their counselor are very aware of these, or they would not be here trying to eliminate the conditions before you today. BT South bought this property knowing these rules existed. They continue to try and skirt around the rules, costing the neighbors great expense and precious family time. We are here for the love of our community. I leave you with these questions. Why is BT South's counselor here today? Could BT South be spending their time and money coming up with a more compatible project within the guidelines? Thank you for your time, and thank you for hearing the folks in Verdi.
Thank you.
Deanne Radcliffe, followed by Diane Buzzell.
Hello, members of the Reno City Council and Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for your service. My name is Deanne Radcliffe, and I am a 40-plus year resident of Verdi. I have been passionate about Verdi for my entire adult life and was fortunate to serve on the Verdi Citizens Advisory Board from 1999 to 2005. This, of course, was the time that these Verdi properties were annexed into the city of Reno and the settlement agreement was reached. The Mortons and Garson Development Standards Handbook and Mortons and Garson Overlay District resulted from the annexation lawsuit, and I was fortunate to have worked on all of these as the chair of the Verdi CAB. Today, you all represent a city that annexed Verdi properties and made promises, a contract on how these properties would be developed. It was agreed that there would be up to 3,000 dwelling units on all properties in total. All properties, all planning areas, all zoning could have no more than 3,000 homes when added together. This is in code, it's Code 15, the administrative amendments of the MGOD, and this was a truth promise to all residents of Verdi. Boomtown has 753 dwelling units allocated per the settlement agreement. You'll note by reviewing the simple math here on my slide that they are over their allocation by 292 units. As the equations note, it is really all math. It is up to 3,000 dwelling units. As you note, if one property owner's number goes up, another property owner's has to go down. The right side, or that 3,000 of the equation, can never go up, but it can go down. For example, if Santerra wants an addition of their 1,180 units, then Morton's and Boomtown or Quilisi must go down in their number of units. This is Santerra's application submitted in October of 2020, which complies with the Mortons and Garson Overlay District and allocation of units. The plain language in the code is clear. All properties, regardless of zoning, that are used for residential cannot exceed 3,000 when added together. Can I have a density bonus? If the maximum number of homes is 3,000, can I put an extra 300 on some acreage and the new total number of homes is 3,300? No, the amendments are clear. The cap is 3,000 total. BT South bought the property knowing of the special development requirements. Now they are trying to avoid the MGOD. The commercial properties are reflected in the land use plan, as is the zoning for the residential areas. So what does Verdi want? The questions are here on the slide. I'd love for everyone to think about them. How is this good for the community? What is changed to justify what is best for the community? And why does council want this if it's not good for the community? Those are my questions. As you know, I bring my lovely Mortons and Garson Development Standards Handbook that I still have, you guys, because I'm a pack rat at heart, from October 2003. So I attended more meetings than I can ever recall, spoke at the old City Hall, and again, I'm very passionate about Verdi. I thank you very much for your time and attention, and I want to give a special kudos to Mickey and her staff. Oh my gosh, you guys have been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diana Buzzell, followed by Michaela Davies, and additionally, we have one public commenter in Zoom, Chance Redding.
Hi, my name is Diana Buzzell, for the record. I have lived in my house for a long time, and I don't plan on leaving. I will apologize to my neighbors for that. I have no idea why this development has been forced upon us and why it has and is still not being appealed to the fullest extent. You as a group at one point noted that adding all of these houses and businesses were not safe with our current infrastructure. We have one bridge, one on-ramp. That includes all of Belli Ranch, the existing neighborhood I live in, all of the houses you want to put up on the hill. We still have one bridge and one off-ramp. But since now we are still moving forward, I want you all to consider a lot of reasons why it doesn't serve the greater good of our neighborhood or anybody else to allow these measures to be removed. Just the other day, I was trying to get home and I was stopped because there was a semi going north and a pickup truck with a ski boat, not a big boat, a regular sized boat, going south, and they could not get across the bridge at the same time. If two common vehicles can cause gridlock on a normal day, what do you think there's going to be in an emergency? Could you please just take a minute to consider how we feel, the people who have lived there for years? Imagine you find yourself at home where it takes 10, 15 minutes to grab the essentials, the kid, the dog, maybe your husband, and leave in an emergency. Now imagine I add 1,000 cars to your neighborhood. That's 1,000 more people. That's going to bring you to a minimum of 30 to 40 minutes to get to the highway if you live on the far part of Belli and you're competing with people from the other side of the development. As I said, we're still at one on-ramp. I understand what the developers engineers say, and I've taken architecture, I've taken engineering, and I can tell you, to a point, it's a paid opinion. I can find an engineer that will say there's 3 cars per houses in Verdi. If you keep letting them change the rules, you're telling them they can do whatever they want. If they don't have to do the required highway access for safety, because it's not convenient for them or they didn't plan it out correctly in the first place, the development should be cut in size to what can safely be evacuated. With the fire moving west from Caliche Ranch, this should also include the houses built on the north side of the highway, Cabela's customers, Boomtown's customers, the commercial customers. Remember, we're all still on one bridge and one on-ramp. Even if they don't live there full time, if there's a fire, they gotta go on one on-ramp. That's a lot of people. Some of us might not make it.
Michaela Davies, followed by Chance Redding.
Good morning. My name is Michaela Davies, and I represent the Society for the Preservation of Verdi, most of which you have just heard speak. I just want to start out by saying that, I guess, just 2 years ago, you all issued this decision, which is now on appeal before the Nevada Supreme Court. And notwithstanding our discrepancies regarding the legality of this decision, you are now being asked to amend 2 amendments that you insisted on including because you all felt that you are bound by a law to put in there. And now BT South is asking you to remove them. And I won't reiterate what the members have so eloquently stated about the legal validity of doing that. But I just want to state that MGOT is law. It's codified in the Reno Municipal Code. You are bound to follow it. And district courts, most recently, right, have stated that if there's any ambiguity, you look to the handbook. The law means something. And what the Verdi members have stated is exactly what that means. The 3,000 cap applies to residential units. And not to be antagonistic or anything like that, but I mean, just really consider what you're being asked to do, right? You issued this decision for a reason. You included those requirements for a reason, and now you're being asked to remove them. So with that, I will leave, but thank you.
Thank you.
Give us just a moment to move Chance Redding over.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Thank you, Chance. Go ahead and state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Chance Reading. I am a Verdi resident and a member of the Verdi Community Council. I'm sorry that I could not be there in person today. Can I just verify you guys can hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
I can't say that I'm surprised that we're in this position. I know the developer playing the poor me role of how the residents are delaying their progress. I find that really kind of absurd. This developer has not conceded on one item this entire time and has forced our hands as they've tried to change this code, and they've seemingly, been assisted in doing so. This 3,000 unit cap is 3,000, and I know we're in strange times in our world, but I don't know when 3,000 did not become 3,000. I think that the kind of precedent that we're going to set by allowing them to go over this cap, even with this exception that they've written in, is basically allowing them to do the same exact thing on all the other area that they haven't built on. The open space, as council member mentioned earlier, is an issue. What if one of these buildings is torn down and that developer says, well, they built over the 3,000, so now we can? What if Boomtown comes down, or what if one of those warehouses comes down in 20 years? Now those can just be built as developments too. I think it says up to 3,000, and the MGOD is very clear, up to. It does not say you are entitled to that. If there are units available and they can go get them in the planning area, then that's what they should do. That should be on them though. That area was designed for commercial use. It was designed for a reason because we have very limited commercial resources, and the ones that we have right now are already being overrun with just the new residents that we simply have. I don't think that townhomes built on top of the highway are some sort of high demand creature that we must slip in here. There's, like I said, there's basically no commercial in that whole West Reno area. And unfortunately for them, if they're going to pursue this, 3,000 is the hill that Verdi residents are willing to die on. And if they want to avoid more delays and more conflict, then I would highly recommend that they find a better use for this that's compatible with the existing rules. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we'll transition into the voicemails. Just for the record, there are 8 of them.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm Anna Tyner, leaving a message about project LDC 00038. I am a West Reno resident. I'm very opposed to increasing the number of homes being built. We already have the lawsuit agreement. Why on earth would you go against it? It's ruining the quality of life in our area. The environmental impact is terrible. It's creating dust. It's an eyesore. It's creating too much traffic for the existing infrastructure. The strain on our electrical, sewage, power, water is absurd. All it's going to do is raise existing homeowners' taxes for no good reason. This needs to be limited. They are not putting in any new recreational amenities like a pool, a golf course, a tennis court for the community. All they've done is destroy the existing very popular recreational site where the homes are that used to be used for hikers, bikers, ATV riders, horseback riders like myself, and it's destroying that entire area. Now we can't access it. It's no trespassing. So the one good amenity we used to have in our area for recreation has been absolutely decimated, ruined, and destroyed by the project. Adding more homes will just ruin it even further. This needs to stop. You're turning our area into a bedroom community, which is not sustainable economically. It's foolish. As anyone in responsible government knows, you need a mixture of uses, and you need infrastructure and smart planning like parks and open spaces. That has not been done here. It is an absolute disaster, and the voters are not going to stand for this. So do not allow more development. Stop it now.
Yeah, just wanted to call and express concern on project number LDC 21-00038. That's the Meridian 120 development out in Verdi. My understanding is that they're trying to build 2- and 3-story triplexes within this development, which is not legally allowed within the development terms. So I wanted to voice my concern on that. Thank you.
Hi, this is Donovan Greenwell. I live at 2425 Warrior Lane. I'm calling in reference to the project LDC 21-00038, Meridian 120 out in Verdi. I'm calling to please stress a no vote for the increase above the 3,000 cap and the 2- and 3-story triplexes. This is a rural setting. Kids, horses, dogs, and the original cap was set at 3,000, and now they want to add 2- and 3-story triplexes to this area. This would be a horrible fit for this area. Not having any transportation, buses out there, I do not believe this is a good idea. So please put Donovan Greenwell down for a suggested no vote. Thank you.
My name is Emanuela Hella McNeilich. I would like to talk about the issue of Meridian 120 South that is coming up in front of City Council tomorrow. I am in opposition of this approval. In June 2020, this has been approved with certain conditions. Now the developer wants to change some of these conditions under which it has been approved. I am in opposition of changing the conditions. The developer has changed the zoning to arterial commercial. This does not change the fact that infrastructure is lagging behind development all over Verdi and West Reno. Infrastructure, for example, includes that the homes are on wells, and there will be a lack of groundwater. There's also a drainage problem. There's a traffic and safety problem. In case of a fire, there might not be enough evacuation routes for residents. And I also want to talk about the issues of schools. These kids will go to probably Verdi Elementary, and it will take a decade until a new elementary school is built. Verdi Elementary is already flowing over. My kids had to be sent to middle school a year early because Verdi Elementary is flowing over. But the middle schools are not better off either, so I deeply oppose more development without putting in more infrastructure. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Smith. I live on Blue Heron Circle and have for over 50 years. I have watched the natural reforestation of the area designated, just a moment, I can't find it. Oh, LDC 22000038, and that is to allow a developer to put triplexes in an area that is being naturally reforested by by nature, among other things, and that would carry the cap well over 3,000, which has been agreed to in the Mortensen-Garson settlement agreement, the Verdi settlement agreement regarding development. Please reject any additional homes. We're not opposed to growth, but we are opposed to destroying the Mortensen-Garson agreement. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello, I'm calling in regard to Reno project number LDC 21-00038. My name is Mignon Tinkham, and I live and own the property at 2200 Blue Heron Circle. I would like to leave this comment. I am opposed to the Meridian 120 property owner's request to increase the number of homes and allow 285 2- and 3-story triplexes in the area close to my property. The request goes against the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District and the settlement agreement. I am asking the Reno City Council to abide by the Mortensen-Garson Handbook and the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District and the terms of the Verdi settlement agreement, and to reject the Meridian 120 property owner's request. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Paul Smith. I'm calling in regards to LDC 21-00038, the Meridian 120 project, where the owners are wanting to increase the size of the building permits above the 3,000. I live in the Belle Ranch area. That road is already small. I don't see how it's going to handle 3,000, let alone more. So I am against them building any more in that area. Thank you. Again, my name is Paul Smith. I live in Bel-Air Ranch. If you need to know the address, it's 485 Levantina Canyon Road in Reno. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Rick Harris. I live in Bel-Air Ranch, and I'm calling for the Meridian 120 that's on the agenda tonight. And I just want to voice my opinion that the request to go above the 3,000 cap that was agreed to should not be allowed. So that's what I'm against. Thank you very much. 550 Riverbend Drive, Reno, Nevada. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, and with that, we have no additional public comment. We're looking to move into staff presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Nathan, it's all you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, Nathan Gilbert, Senior Planner. So the issue on review this afternoon is a request to amend conditions of approval for the Meridian 120 South Villages 1 through 6 project. You can see it illustrate the extent of those approvals in the crosshatch on this graphic. Specifically, the request is to delete condition number 31 related to a temporary secondary emergency access road and to modify condition number 4 designating 285 residential units in the arterial commercial zone. These cases, villages 1 through 6, were approved concurrently by council on June 10th, 2020. A little bit of background on the Mortenson-Garson area. This area was annexed in 2001. The city was sued by Washoe County and ultimately entered into a settlement agreement between the county and the city of Reno outlining development parameters. In 2004, that settlement agreement was implemented through adoption by city council of base zoning, a Mortenson-Garson overlay zoning district overlay, and a corresponding Mortenson-Garson development standards handbook. That settlement agreement expired in 2012. So since then, the plan area is largely built out or fully entitled. The plan area was broken down into Planning Area 1, which is north of the Truckee River, Planning Area 2, south of the Truckee River, and Planning Area 3, south of Interstate 80. Each of these planning areas outline the maximum amount of residential dwelling units allowed within each. Planning Area 1, the Stan Lucas project was approved. It allows for 676 units and was ultimately approved for 632. Planning Area 2 allows for 525 residential units. There are 10 remaining with the approvals of the Bluffs Apartments and the Meridian 120 North subdivision. Planning Area 3 allows for 1,799 with the approval of the Meridian 120 Villages 1 through 6. In addition to the Santara Quilisi properties, there remains a residential development capacity in Planning Area 3 of 153 units, residential units. That being said, there's still a 26-acre multifamily residential 14 units per acre project site. The Meridian 120 South was approved in 2020, and with that staff analysis, it noted inconsistencies between the overlay zone and the development standard handbook, specifically with unit allocation, whether or not zoning is conceptual and things of that nature. While they were adopted at the same time, the handbook and the zoning overlay, there were a few inconsistencies that didn't get carried forward. To address some of that, a text amendment was initiated. The handbook provided a process to assign development potential to specific property owners, and it allowed transfer of that development potential through notarized consent. So this graphic here shows who was allocated what in the original handbook. 1,562 of the overall allowed 1,799 residential units in Planning Area 3 were identified as Santara Quilisi's portion. Sure. Correct.
The aqua blue and sort of the light blue.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's the Santerra Quilici portion, and that matches. Yeah.
got it. Thank you.
One thing that has remained consistent is that 3,000 unit cap. That was in the settlement agreement, that was in the handbook, that's carried over in the overlay district. It reads, what currently reads in code is the total amount of development resulting from any change in density shall not exceed 3,000 dwelling units and 300 commercial acres cumulatively for all properties in the MGOD. Condition number 4, as was approved by council in 2020, was intended to address that first come, first served scenario. At that time, we didn't know, we knew Santerra was coming. We didn't want to over allocate the development potential within planning area 3. And so that condition was recommended to address that. Since 2020, several lawsuits have been filed and text amendment work was stopped. One of them was the Society for Preservation of Verdi versus BT South in the city of Reno. That's pending in Nevada Supreme Court hearing. The Stan Lucas versus City of Reno was decided by the Second Judicial Court decision. And they give guidance in saying it is envisioned that the handbook will be development standards applicable to the properties and be adopted by reference as a part of the Reno Municipal Code overlay districts. Reno Municipal Code will apply where matters are not specifically addressed by the handbook. In the event of a conflict between the handbook and Reno Municipal Code, the handbook shall apply. So just a frame of reference. I think that's enough background with the specific conditions at hand. The request to delete condition number 31, that required temporary secondary emergency access. I know it's hard to see in this graphic, but that was the tentative alignment. That's in addition to the secondary access that's also required by a separate condition. This wasn't a staff recommendation or a recommendation by the fire department. This was added by the city council at the public hearing. Since that 2020 approval, the Santerra Quilici properties was approved in 2021, and a permanent secondary access is currently under construction through the site. A request for condition to modify condition number 4, which requires either a text amendment to the MGOD to increase the number of units allowed within planning area 3, or a mutually agreed upon reallocation of units in place to accommodate the number of units proposed with the final cap. A request to modify, the applicant's request is to modify the condition to specify that 285 residential units are allowed in the AC zone of planning area 3. Planning Commission heard this item in April 2022. Discussion included that additional temporary fire access was no longer needed. The capacity of dwelling units and unit allocation in planning area 3, whether the MGOD dwelling unit cap is applicable to commercial zoning, and overall questions on the status of the text amendment. The Planning Commission recommends on a 4-2 vote that council delete conditions 4 and 31. Staff's recommendation will be to maintain the existing condition with striking reference to any further text amendments. It would read, prior to the recreation of each final map for villages 3, 4, 5, and 6, the applicant shall provide documentation that a mutually agreed upon reallocation of units is in place to accommodate the number of units proposed within the final map. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Nathan. Okay, Mr. Gordon.
For the record, Garrett Gordon today on behalf of BT South. So as you heard, today's request, this agenda item is to modify 2 conditions of approval. Again, the background is this tentative map was approved in 2020. This city council found all findings for all 6 villages: infrastructure, schools, water, sewer, roadway capacity. The findings were all met. Villages 1 and 2 were 75 units. Villages 5 and 6 were large residential units. And most importantly, and I say most importantly, given the housing shortage we're in right now, are the triplexes. It was important to this council to have some density, to have some mixed densities out here in response to missing middle housing. So today we're focused on that missing middle housing. Villages 3 and 4 approved for 285 units for the triplexes. And the conditions I'm asking you to modify today will allow those triplexes to get built and move forward. So 2 conditions of approval we need amended, number 4 and number 31. They are impossible to comply with as written today. If this council takes no action or denies our request, this project is dead. The Reno Planning Commission recommended removing both of these conditions. The first one being number 31. I thought Mr. Gilbert did a good job. Existing condition number 8 requires secondary remote access by the 256th residents. That will stay in place. That was approved by the fire marshal in 2020 and will remain as a condition of approval. At that hearing in 2020, City Council added condition 31 to request us to attempt a temporary emergency access point to connect to I-80. Now that's no longer A, necessary, and B, it's not allowed. It's not necessary because, as Mr. Gilbert mentioned, the actual road alignment has already been approved on the Santerra tentative map and is under construction. So there's no longer a need for temporary emergency access, and staff agrees because it's in place. And for those of you who may have been driven by this area recently, you can see that road is under construction. But 2, it's just impossible to satisfy. Here's an email from NDOT saying that NDOT and the Federal Highway Administration is not going to allow another access point off I-80. So staff agrees, fire marshal agrees. We're respectfully asking you to remove condition number 31 because it's impossible to satisfy and no longer necessary. The second condition, again, this deals with our 285 triplexes that are desperately needed. Here's the condition we're asking you to delete today. As written, it gave us 2 options for moving forward with these villages. 1, to do a text amendment, and 2, to go reach out to other developers and ask them for their units. Number 1, text amendment process was indefinitely postponed. There's no longer a text amendment process. Only City Council and Planning Commission can initiate a text amendment. We can't go do it on our own. Why is that process dead? And let me say, first of all, we have participated in good faith for the last 2 years, sat at dozens of stakeholder meetings, talked to residents, talked to Councilmember Jordan as part of that process. The only thing we needed in that text amendment was to comply with this condition to verify we can do our triplexes. That was it. Everything else in the text amendment was going to be what the residents wanted. New ridgeline definitions, new wildlife corridors, new fire assessment fees. About 95% were issues the residents wanted resolved. We just needed to resolve this condition of approval with the triplexes. Why is that on hold? Because the neighbors behind us are suing us. Your city attorney's office is saying, we're not moving forward with the text amendment because the neighbors are suing you, and the city is also being sued by the lawyer for Stan Lucas. So I think it's unfair for some of the testimony you heard earlier that keep the condition as it is, that was agreed to by everyone involved, when the neighbors continue to sue and prevent us to get a text amendment that we've been participating in for good faith. So we're asking you to please remove that text amendment condition because it's impossible to satisfy because it's indefinitely postponed. This number 2, what staff mentioned, well, why don't you just go out there and do a horse trading for other units? Those words, 2 words are very important, mutually agreed upon. We have in good faith went and talked to other developers, and there's no mutual agreement for the reallocation of units. So now we have a condition number 4 that we don't have an agreement with other developers in a mutual agreed upon fashion, and the text amendment process is basically dead. So if we don't take action on this item today, condition 4, final map for villages 3, 4, 5, and 6 can never move forward, and this project is dead. The only issue I've heard about why we can't remove this condition number 4 is this cap. I assert to you that cap does not apply to commercial zoning. And how can I say that? Number 1, here's a table. You can see planning area 1, planning area 2, planning area 3. Center, land use designation, single family, multifamily, single family. Dwelling units on the right-hand side, 3,000 commercial units. And Mickey, I just want to make sure I don't run out of time. I don't know how it's going. 3,000 residential units. Nothing in there refers to AC zoning. There is no cap for AC zoning for residential. You heard folks earlier hold up a handbook and a settlement agreement, but let's actually read it rather than just holding it up. The settlement agreement says, the parties agree that in determining the appropriate density and density distribution, the following maximum density distribution is eligible for consideration during the term of this agreement. A, 124 acres of commercial along I-80. B, up to another 176 acres of commercial along I-80. C, up to 3,000 residential units. Parenthetical, which limitation does not apply, not include 1 and 2. The cap does not apply to the 124 acres of commercial that was existing and the additional 174 that's also now existing. Doesn't apply. That settlement agreement language was put in the handbook. You heard a minute ago, Stan Lucas Judge Dracula said, if your city ordinance has an ambiguity in it, go to the original handbook. Well, here's the original handbook. And it says the maximum density allowed by the settlement agreement is A, or little dot, existing 124 acres, 2, another 176 acres, 3, the 3,000 units, which limitation does not include the commercial acreage. It is crystal clear and undisputable based on the actual language, not what we thought or what we want to think, but what the language says in these documents, that we can do 285 triplexes that the community desperately needs in arterial commercial. And that begs the question, well, if you can do residential arterial commercial, the cap doesn't apply, what can you do? The uses, this is right from MGOD. Uses permitted in each zoning district shall those be identified in the Title 18. What can you do in arterial commercial in Title 18? Triplexes. How do you do a triplex? Over 100 of them. You need a special use permit. What was bundled with this application in 2020? A tentative map and a use permit. Also, it says uses for an AC. What would be prohibited? Auto repair, single room occupancy, adult business. There's no N after billboard that says residential. If it was this crystal clear prohibition on residential and commercial, why wasn't it listed as a prohibited use in commercial, arterial commercial? Because it doesn't apply. The settlement agreement says that, the MGOD standard says that, this says that, so we can move forward with our 285 triplexes by removing condition number 4. Now, what happens if this body says, no, we're not moving forward, let's trash this development, let's trash this entitlement, we're done? Well, there's a lot of other issues that came forward with this application. One, we just rezoned an industrial property to open space, so you're not going to get industrial on the south side of 80. 2, this development, this council said, if we're going to move forward, you have to dedicate 3 acres of land for a fire station. This project goes away, no land for a fire station is dedicated. Also, condition number 7, how is that fire station paid for? $1,608 is paid for every unit for fire facilities and equipment. That $1,608 was applied to all units throughout MGOD in the calculation that was done to make sure there was the right number in order to fund the fire station. So if we're not going to allow 285 triplexes, that's $500,000 out of this budget. And if this project goes away altogether, because now it's not feasible to build this project without the triplexes, the land will never get dedicated as well. And let me say, the Santerra project that you approved didn't have a fire station because the fire station in MGOD is master planned on Meridian. This development was approved first. You move forward with Santerra on the basis that this was going to get approved. It's definitely a domino effect. If you deny this request, no fire station out there, no land out there, no funding out there. So it's critical to remove these 2 conditions for a fire station that's needed. This slide was also shown to you. This is right from MGOD. It says don't exceed 3,000 and 300 commercial acres. This is why your planning commission said, applicant, you're absolutely right. It's apples, 3,000 units, and oranges, commercial acreage, and you can do your triplexes in the commercial acreage, no problem. Other issue is number 3. There's also the ability to raise it by 10%. So in the Planning Commission's motion, they said, you know what, we totally agree with you, applicant. Go forth and build some triplexes that we desperately need in our community. But also, another argument that supports, or another option that supports your request is Planning Commission and Council have the ability to raise it 10%. So your 285 units, and probably actually a little less than that, given the count you just heard from Nathan, allows us to move forward with our triplexes even with that 10%. So we're asking you respectfully to delete 31 because it's impossible to satisfy. And in order to construct our 285 triplex units that are desperately needed, and also the condition is to remove condition number 4 because it's impossible to satisfy because the text amendment process is dead. Part of the reason why of the folks behind me are suing you, the city, and us. And 2, the cap doesn't apply to residential. Or 3, you can say the application of the 10% density increase covers this all, wrap it up in a bow, call it a day. A vote today to delete these 2 conditions will allow for the construction of 285 triplexes that are desperately needed during Reno's housing shortage, ensure that no industrial projects are constructed south of I-80. Obviously, if our request is denied, we're going to go back and not zone our land that just happened to industrial. We're going to stop that project at regional. That was part of the compromise deal with this body. If we agree to your units in your tentative map, we're ensuring no industrial projects are constructed south of I-80. That's a firm commitment that we complied with. Ensure that the fire station is dedicated to service the whole MGOD area. The master plan of MGOD shows the fire station on our client's property. This development will dedicate that land to the city for the fire station and ensure the complete funding of 1,608 units is collected to make sure that fire station in part can be operated and maintained. So with that, I appreciate your time and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Councilwoman Becca.
Yeah, this is very complicated. I hope we'll give it due time and consideration and not stick to our difficult rules. Mr. Gordon, you said that their effort in the courts is just run the clock. Do you think their claims are frivolous on the 3,000 cap?
For the record, Garrett Gordon. So the neighbors filed a petition for judicial review, the Verdi Society, after this body approved the tentative map in 2020. That went to Judge Freeman, and he dismissed it on the motion to dismiss. So yes, I believe that that was a frivolous piece of litigation, and Judge Freeman agreed. Now they're attempting, or not attempting, they appealed that to the Nevada Supreme Court. Part of the reason why we can't go through a text amendment process is they're suing us.
Well, let's stop there because, we could, that's not fact. That hasn't been established.
It's fact.
But, well, I'll rely on our counsel for that. But we just had Judge Dracula tell us, you better issue Stan Lucas his tentative map. Couldn't Judge Freeman or someone else extend your clock out? This clock that's being run by these neighbors, you state?
No. So under state law, you have to record a final map within 4 years of your tentative map approval. We're already at 2 years in good faith going through a text amendment process that now was stopped.
But
So
a judge couldn't say, we're going to give you 2 more years.
a judge just can't add time onto the map. No.
Okay, I appreciate that. Those are my questions for you. I thought certainly if a judge can tell you to go issue a tentative map, a judge can add 2 years.
But let me add, but to your point about Stan Lucas, the Judge Draculich also said, if there's an ambiguity in your ordinance for MGOD, you go back and look at the original settlement agreement, which I showed here, that clearly states the units don't apply to A and B. So I followed that direction from the judge to go back.
Yeah, we'll get to that a little bit longer because I think in asking for the AC from IC on that land, that you've created your own hardship of asking for a zoning district that allows residential, whereas that wasn't there before. And when that rezoning occurred, there was always discussion that it would be within the cap.
I completely disagree, and here's why. That land was zoned hotel commercial.
Okay.
We downzoned it to AC, and the residents actually spoke in favor because the intensity of uses at a hotel commercial zoning with a casino and other intense uses, we downzoned to AC, which is still commercial, which is still where the cap doesn't apply.
Downzoning is disputable when you
When you
get
can't
to
do a hotel casino?
when you get to consideration of demand for services, public safety, and so on. And two, okay, it was hotel commercial, but
Casino.
it's all of record what discussion was there about the cap. But I want to ask Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall, I thought Ms. Jardin's desire to do this text amendment as contemplated in that approval was going to put us on the path to clear up some of these concerns, like the infrastructure, access to the fire, national forest, and the cap allocation, which there is precedent in other planning documents that we have. Is it true that you have said don't move forward with that condition that the council applied? Because you were there when the council applied that condition.
Yes, we didn't think it was appropriate to go forward with the amendment.
Okay, I don't remember that at the time a condition applied by the council, but thank you, and I'll yield the floor for my next round.
I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
All right. Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. My questions are two for our legal counsel. I guess my question is, what is the status of the Supreme Court case, time-wise? And then secondly, can you provide us what your interpretation is, having heard the arguments of Mr. Gordon? Can you tell us what your position is?
Sure, starting with the Supreme Court case, the appellants filed their opening brief and the reply brief is due at the end of the month. And counsel for the developer will be preparing that brief and then we'll sign on to that brief. With respect to my position on the request for amendment of the conditions 4 and 31, we agree with staff's recommendation with respect to condition number 4, that they have to get additional residential units from the other developers. And so we don't agree with amendment or deletion of condition number 4. With respect to condition number 31, I understand that the fire department has signed off on the secondary access, so I don't have an issue with deleting condition number 31.
Okay, and then back to the Supreme Court. In your estimation, do you know when that will come to some resolution? Do you have any sort of timeline on that?
I do not. No, I think we're several months out.
Okay, several months out.
Yes.
Okay, but not years.
Not years.
Okay, that was my questions for now. So is the discussion, let's say today the vote is not to, as Mr. Gordon said, let's say we deny this today. Is there discussion in the Supreme Court contemplation with regards to the item in which we're discussing today? In other words, will there be clarity on that issue when it's ultimately decided? On the issue that's being discussed here today?
On the hard cap of 3,000,
Yeah.
no.
Okay, so we have two completely separate things. Okay, that was helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Sure. Both the people requesting the change and people that are opposing the change put up a table, and it's called administrative amendments. And I'm sorry, both of them are in very small print, but they speak about a 10% change in density, a 25% change, and yet there was also a comment made, can you have a density bonus? Could you have 10% more than the 3,000? And the comment by the people opposed was no. And I'm seeking clarification on this, and I wondered if you or Mr. Shipman could opine. When they refer to 10% and 25% increases, is it just mean that you can densify an area, but you still have to remain within the 3,000 cap? Is that your interpretation?
Yes, still a hard cap of 3,000.
Hard cap of 3,000, but you could move density from location to location?
Right.
Okay, so if, let's say, an area was contemplated to have, I'll just pick something, MF 21, multifamily 21, it could go up to MF 30, and you could have more density there, but you would have to retract housing units to stay within the 3,000.
Correct.
And that's your opinion for
Yes.
legal opinion. Okay. So, because I wanted to understand that, because I was asked that question, and, there is an implication, they're saying, well, in the AC zoning, it allows housing, and that housing isn't constrained by this 3,000 cap. But your position is it is? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. That's very helpful.
But then, Mr. Gordon, you put up something completely different.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, yes, in the Stan Lucas case that was decided, a judge said, go back and look at the original documents if there's an ambiguity. And I also did, just to make sure I had credibility standing up here today. I am 100% certain from a legal perspective, if you read this document, it clearly says 3,000 residential units which don't apply to A and B. I honestly think the problem here is that this 3,000 cap has been misinterpreted or misunderstood since 2020, and it's hard for folks to go back and say, well, actually, that shouldn't apply. Because I don't know how, in looking at this settlement agreement and looking how it was codified in the Mortensen-Garrison handbook and then originally codified in the ordinance, it says here at the bottom, the maximum density allowed, existing 124 acres of commercial, additional 176 of commercial, which limitation does not include the 3,000, those commercial uses, which makes sense because you're capping residential units in residentially zoned areas. In commercial, the MGOD says you can do whatever is allowed in Title 18, and there's no specific prohibition on residential. So it's clear to me that it's allowed.
Okay. If I could continue my time.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I would say is that many of us were not, at this dais, were not here during the MGOD discussions, but some of our staff were or inherited very close in time to the discussions. And we have people here that were actively involved. And their understanding throughout this, and it sounds like the settlement agreement, Maddie Shipman, who I know, who was the county attorney for administration, all had an understanding of what was being agreed to. And that has been carried over now for, what, a decade and a half or almost 2 decades, is a basic understanding of what the settlement said and what was put into the handbook. So, you know, I think part of the challenges have come when the handbook was put into our ordinances. I think certain things were left out or changed. And that's why I think we keep being directed to go back to the handbook, because that was the document. So these are just questions because, again, I was not there. We have to rely on all the testimony that we're hearing and our attorney's evaluation and judgment as well. So I'll stop right there.
Thank you. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hall, I just have a couple of questions. So obviously it's been a long time since either one of us were in law school. And so I want to just ask a couple of things. So number one, my experience is that 2 lawyers can develop 5 opinions, right? So it's not so much that I'm asking that there is no ambiguity, because I think there's enough between your interpretation, mine, the courts in other cases, Mr. Gordon's, everybody has some thought about it. What do you do with some of the statutory construction canons about, you know, the importance of the word and, you know, A and D? What do you do, like this exhibit that Mr. Gordon put up, which had A, B, and C? Where is the prior page to that? I would like to get that somehow this morning, because it's referring to, says which limitation does not include 1 and 2 above. And I'm not sure that's referring to A and B, which are above C, or if that's referring to a paragraph, which I'm not seeing on this page. Does that make sense? So I need to see that. So Mr. Gordon, either you've got to produce it or we're going to have to grab it somehow. Because, again, Mr. Hall, my point to you is, you know, as lawyers, we're trained to look very carefully at the text, the words. And so ands mean something, ors mean something, commas in a place will mean a thing, a semicolon in a place will mean a thing. And I am confused by this particular slide. So I'm just trying to understand what we understand it to mean.
I think that the intent of that agreement was for residential equivalents in those areas. So that would be hotel rooms. I don't think they could increase the 3,000 unit cap beyond 3,000. So I disagree with that interpretation. And I'd also point to our code, 1802.603C16, which said the total amount of development resulting from any change in density shall not exceed 3,000 dwelling units and 300 commercial acres cumulatively for all properties in the MGOD. So when I'm looking at that language, I think it's pretty clear that the cap is 3,000.
For all properties, you said. And I guess that all zoning districts is what their question is.
Then, Mr. Hall, why is residential allowed in the arterial commercial? That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I thought that was a pretty good move by Mr. Gordon to get his zone change so that he could make an argument that he can exceed the 3,000 cap. Just because our zoning code allows for residences in the arterial commercial doesn't mean that we can go beyond the intent of that settlement agreement beyond the 3,000.
Right.
Yeah. You know, I will say that the arterial commercial allowing residential is a very good thing in Reno zoning code because it allows us to meet housing. But it was always within the context in this plan area of the 3,000. I want to commend Mr. Gilbert and ask him, you know, we have other plan unit developments under central control of one developer, like Damani Ranch, that had caps, right? And in those instances, who keeps the running total? Is it the master developer who does that usually? I mean, we have this precedent in plan areas of having caps and keeping totals on them, correct?
That's correct. That would be typical of a planned unit development. A caveat, this, for better or worse, this isn't a planned unit development, but it's certainly a defined plan.
Yeah, so the job, and I'll tell everyone, because Perry DiLoretto was here, years ago, they had Damani Ranch, they had multiple partners. One of them, Lois Brown, had a spreadsheet the size of that back wall with everyone and where they were going. So in lieu of not having this in a plan unit development, in lieu of not updating this plan area when we knew things were coming, and I called for that in 2014. I said, let's get with the county, do a Verdi area plan, get the infrastructure in there, not be in court for 10 years. Let's do that. We could have done all that, but it's defaulted to staff and they've done a good job. And Mr. Gilbert, you're holding back some on a calculation for that multifamily lot, right? That's under separate, you said there's an MF14 zone parcel somewhere?
That's correct. There's 26 acres of multifamily, which would be over 300
Okay,
units
so
on
we
that
got to
site.
hold back for that. So it really is kind of a Hunger Games situation there. And, you know, Mr. Gordon saying, well, this project will fail, you know, won't happen. But, you know, that's just the rules that we've agreed to, we've kept. And it's unfortunate, but my issue is really on this secondary access. I am very troubled by it. After our last, 2 months ago, I went out and traced the route on my monthly tour of this Santerra exit, and it is frightening what is going on. And it was after that railroad right-of-way agreement that we did with UP. So we've got an at-grade crossing, we've got a country lane meandering by a park, under a tunnel. I am terrified by that being the permanent access for Santerra and even being, you know, loading off this, and even in the temporary situation. So I want to drill in on those temporary access relief that they're being provided because I'm very frightened by it. Why are we okay with that now?
With the temporary access?
Yeah, we had two other accesses on this tentative map, these tentative maps, options that they were going to go for.
That's correct. They're still there. There's the Planning Commission just approved a realignment of the Santerra secondary access. That's under construction. So that permanent secondary access, which was required and still maintains a condition of approval with this entitlement.
So it will stay, but. Okay, I'll hope to be able to talk about the safety issue later.
Councilman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the secondary access, I do want to thank the Mr. Gordon and his team for working towards. They did work towards that original NV Energy Road access, and And they weren't successful in that, but the fact is that this other secondary access road is under construction, and my understanding, it will likely be completed before any first home is even built. Is that correct, Mr. Gordon? I'm getting a head shake, yes? It's okay. But I will go back to a few things. The meetings, we started the text amendment group meetings with a great group of stakeholders. And it was probably the first time in my 10 years on council where literally in a room, we had the developers and a group of residents sitting down and speaking face to face in a super productive and respectful manner. And a lot of issues were debated and resolved in that process. And I came out of those meetings thinking this is the model for the new conflict resolution because it was so productive. And it's unfortunate that the pandemic caused some issues with us being able to meet. And then, of course, the litigation put the brakes on that, and understandably. But that process was super productive. But I will tell you, through all of that and through our hearings previously, 3,000 was 3,000. And my understanding was what the residents and the MGOD to me is very clear, is that the 200, the units along the freeway, the triplexes, we know that's needed. We know that we want that. We know the density. We understand the need. But it was my understanding that those units, if it went above the 3,000, you would have to acquire them from somebody else in the MGOD. And, you know, it was said that they couldn't come to an agreement. Well, I don't know the details. Was it they couldn't come to an agreement on the number of units? They couldn't come to an agreement on the cost paid for those units? I just know that was always my impression of the discussion and the conditions. So my position remains as it has, is that 3,000 is 3,000. The road is fine. The removal of that condition, I think it's being met by another access road. So, Madam Mayor, that's my position on this.
Great, Councilwoman Weber.
I just wanted to know, could someone explain, Mr. Gilbert, about the 2020, when we were moving forward, what happened in 2020? And what were we moving forward on or waiting for?
Thank you, Councilmember Weber. I'm not sure I understand your question. In 2020, which action?
Well, I believe that this was before the council.
In June of 2020.
June of 2020.
Yes.
21?
2020.
Okay, 2020. So what did we come out of that meeting with?
32 conditions of approval.
Okay.
The project was approved.
And the
This project.
was approved.
Correct.
And was there a planning commission vote prior to that?
There was.
And do you remember what those numbers were, or?
I don't remember
How they-
offhand the
okay.
planning commission vote breakdown, but the governing body, this council, approved that with those 32 conditions of approval. Villages 1 through 6 were approved.
Okay.
And they are approved. And I guess one other thing to add to that is Reno Municipal Code, when there's litigation, does allow extension of the time for recording that map. So that standard 4-year timeframe to record, it's extended if it's involved in litigation.
Okay. I think thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, just so you can stay there, Nathan, just a quick question. And also, I guess, for the applicant too. When was the AC put in, industrial to AC? Was that when we approved?
No, that was over 5 years ago.
5 years
I'm sorry,
ago.
no, it was over 5 years ago. I can't remember the date offhand.
Okay. My understanding of that would have been to support, and I've told the applicant this, to support in terms of some kind of retail support services for all these residents that were all the 3,000 units need restaurants, maybe a cleaners, maybe a gas station, maybe a Jiffy Mart. I don't know what would be approved in AC, but that's what I would have thought would go along with all of this residents. I mean, think about 3,000 or 4,000 units at Daybreak. They have a town center built into that, and they have some retail, commercial. That's my understanding. That was my understanding when I was here 5 years ago, when we would have done that. I've supported this Meridian 120 with those 32 conditions. It made sense to me. So what doesn't make sense to me right now, until I hear more, is somehow using the AC because you're allowed houses to exceed this cap. I'm not there. I'm not understanding that move. I think the typical understanding of AC would be something like that. You know, I have it near my home. We have lots of residential, and then there's a little shopping center.
So arterial commercial is essentially a mixed-use zone. It allows for residential.
Everything.
That the Mortensen-Garson overlay doesn't preclude residential development. It's not a prohibited land use in a
It's
commercial
just that
zone.
if you move it there, then you
So
have to take it
the
away from
suggest,
someone.
I guess the caveat with that interpretation that, well, it's unique and separate. There's no density cap. Well, there's a whole lot of commercial zoning in the remainder of that. And if that's the directive, no, it's not applicable. You can do all. I mean, you could see a lot of conversions, that KOA campground by Boomtown. I mean, it's Pandora's box potentially with that interpretation.
But what you're saying, I think, if I understood your recommendation, it's that, okay, you can move housing there. If you want housing along the freeway, have housing along the freeway. If you want triplexes, have triplexes. But you have to, it's a zero-sum game. That there's only 3,000, and if you want to put it there and the commercial somewhere else?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I guess one more question was, I just want to understand, so Santera was not appealed, is that right?
I'm sorry, Santera was not.
Santera Quilisi was not appealed?
No.
It's not in a lawsuit?
No.
Okay.
I think the issue there, and the representatives from Santera were involved in the initial text amendment discussions, is if with, especially with the Stan Lucas directive, that when there's a conflict, that the handbook applies. Well, now Santera's development capacity is being precluded. Right.
That's what I was just
So they
gonna
have
ask
26. They have 26 acres of multifamily, 14 units per acre, and they're not going to be able to develop that at their full development capacity if this condition is modified.
Okay, could you say it one more time, because now I am confused. I thought what you were saying is they have to stick to the limits that you just showed us. I think it was 1,500 or 1,700. I got a little confused, but.
There's 1,799 allowed residential units allowed in planning area 3.
Right.
Santera Quilisi was like, I can't remember the number offhand, but
I thought it was like 3,000.
they have their entitlements. That's done. There is a remainder, that 26 acre portion of MF 14, that if we apply this development cap, is not going to be able to
That's what I
develop
thought.
at
It
their
applies
full
equally
potential.
To all of the units, because the 3,000 applies to all the planning
Right.
areas.
And so that's that first come, first serve, scenario that I
So they
tried to outlay.
too, I mean, if we continue to hold firm to this, they too will be affected in that they can't exceed this cap either. I mean,
They couldn't exceed
Before.
the cap, but they wouldn't be able to develop their property at its full potential either.
because of this cap.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then Nathan, just really quick, because the one thing, this is like really complex. And the one thing though, regardless, and I think everyone knows, I always have issues with sort of the fire, the access, all of that. So what does that look like? Let's say, I mean, wherever we go today, I mean,
Yeah.
I think this is really important.
So Santera, the way that the MGOD reads is that prior to the first residential final map in planning area 3, you have to have a dedicated fire station. Santera Quilisi doesn't have any final maps approved yet. So depending on, they wouldn't be able to move forward with their final maps either unless there's a dedicated fire station in planning area 3. That's the overlay standard.
Okay, but in this, in this though, there is one dedicated in this project.
There is one identified, and that's a condition of approval. It's also a code standard. So that code standard, again, says no final maps in planning area 3 until a fire station site is dedicated. To me, that seems like a good incentive for parties to come together because nobody's going anywhere.
And that is really important. Mr. Garrett, or Mr. Gordon, so just, I want you to clarify, so it's on the record, that will be in this, in these conditions, correct? I want to make sure.
Absolutely right. So to answer that question, the existing conditions of approval, number 7 and number 27, require us to dedicate 3-acre fire station property to the city of Reno prior to our first final map, and also pay that fee towards fire facilities and equipment as well. So if we don't get the 285 triplexes, then you don't get the money that's required for the fire facilities and equipment.
What about?
Also, real quick, Madam Mayor, also, this is the kind of the master plan for the area. And you can see that red square is the fire station. And that land is currently zoned public facility. So this was teed up, Santera was teed up to have the fire station dedicated on Meridian land and then funded with this assessment prior to the first final map. And with no project, there's no dedication of that fire station for the area.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I think I'm still had about a minute and a half. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
It looked like it ran out. There's two different clocks going.
Okay, well,
I'll get back to you.
okay, thanks.
All right, just really quickly, Trey, Mr. Palmer, come up, please, because I want to make sure. You're always the most important component to me.
I appreciate that, but I know my wife would argue with that.
So can you talk a little bit about this? And then I guess what I want to understand is how close is the next fire station?
So in regards to the Reno fire station, the closest other station would be our Station 11 on Charlins and Mayan. And if I remember right, it's about 8 minutes away from the bridge there, the Cabela's overpass.
8 minutes, okay.
But
And then,
can I just
are they
ask-
required to put in sprinklers?
Correct. So the way the code reads and what was agreed to on this development is that every house will have sprinklers in it until the fire station is built up and running. And that's based simply due to the proximity of Station 11 being over 6 minutes away.
Okay, all right. And then what about the access?
So the secondary access works for code. Initially, when the developer came to us, they were looking at that north entrance to get with NDOT to come in off of Interstate 80. But the access point that they are putting in right now meets code. It all meets code.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Okay. Councilwoman Dewar, I'll come
Yeah.
back to you for a minute.
Yeah, I think I had a minute and a half, but anyway.
Okay, a minute
But
and a
I'll
half.
try to stick
Okay,
to the
do you
minute.
want 2 minutes?
No, I don't. I just want my minute and a half.
Here's 2 minutes for you.
Okay, three things, actually four. So Mr. Gordon said that there was $1,608 per home assigned. And there's, to my knowledge, 3,000 units, and that's 4.8 million. And I want to make sure, and then maybe this is a question for you, our staff, does the $1,608 apply to all 3,000 or just the ones at Meridian 120, or could you explain that?
Nathan Gilbert, no, that was a condition of approval specific to villages 1 through 6.
Okay, and how many units were supposed to be in 1 through 6?
621.
621, okay. And then how were we planning to fund the rest of the fire? Some to be determined?
There, a similar one. You're saying 3,000. That's
the whole thing.
MGOD.
Stan
So
Lucas.
Santera. So in Planning Area 3, Santera had the same condition.
Oh, that's what I was asking.
Yes,
So
yes.
it's roughly, if you add up the 3,000 units, it's 4.8 million. But you're saying it wasn't applied to Stan Lucas?
Bless you.
Was it applied to Stan Lucas?
So
also?
that contribution for
Yes.
the fire facility fees was applied to this, what we're hearing today,
Yeah.
villages 1 through 6, as well as the Santera Quilisi. I would have to double check. I can get back to you if
Okay.
that was on Stan
If we
Lucas. I believe it
If we
was.
take out Stan Lucas, because we're not sure, maybe it's $3 million. The second thing I wanted to ask is, there's an overlay here. And we have zoning, but we also have an overlay that has a certain limitation on top of that overlay. That's how I interpret it. Is that what you're, the overlay is the settlement agreement or the handbook? That's trumping our zoning is what you're saying?
The
some
overlay,
regards.
the overlay is our zoning.
Yes.
And so the directive from that Stan Lucas decision
Yeah.
was there are a
Go
few
with that.
there are a few inconsistencies,
Okay.
and one of
Last
them
question.
was unit allocation.
Okay.
If that's the issue, if there's an issue, go to the handbook.
Gotcha. Last question was on secondary access. I just wanted to make sure, So I recently drove over the bridge over I-80. So you get off to go to Boomtown, you drive over this little bridge to get here. And we've talked about this little highway bridge forever. Is that now on schedule to get upgraded? Because that's just a one-way each way.
That's still on NDOT's radar. I don't know what the status
And
is.
have we made any progress with this other access that we talked about, that MV Energy, Tumwa, that direction?
There are two entrances and exits, primary. The one is the primary going Boomtown Garson Road. The second connects to Quilisi Road.
And are we confident that will be built in order to remove this condition? I
Yes,
just
it's
wanna
under
be sure.
construction.
It's, okay, and it's complete. I mean, we did everything we need to do.
They're both conditioned, yes, before.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to sort of try to move beyond the interpretation of these dueling documents. I mean, I think this handbook sort of explicitly exempts commercial sites from the cap, but I also want to honor some of the comments that Councilmember Jordan did. So I just want to move past that for a second. I live in this community, so we eat in the restaurants in Verdi. We live in the backside of Somerset, so we enter and exit through there. And so I also went out with a couple of the residents who are here to speak today, yesterday. And the question I asked of them, and I want to see who is best to answer this, is if I were not thinking about the 3,000 number, if I were not thinking about a planning process, which I think has spawned more litigation than any other, what would I personally desire to see along I-80? And so I suppose from a planning perspective, maybe Mr. Gilbert, I'll let you take a stab at it. My thought, at least initially, was number one, I think it's a less intense use to have residential there fronting I-80 than it, say, commercial. So if the idea is to build a bunch of artisanal coffee shops and a bike repair shop and a dentist there along that route, I mean, I think there's a more intense truck traffic, box trucks, that kind of thing, as opposed to residential. So that's sort of what I'm trying to find out. Which is the less intense use of this particular parcel?
There are numerous commercial uses allowed in the arterial commercial zone that could be significantly more intense than residential units.
Can you give me an example? Because that's, I mean, that scares me, because what you're saying is I should anticipate lots of trip traffic there. But I mean, I just do not see, because I don't see the massing of people to use a space. I don't see a grove at South Meadows being put there, or a village at Ranchera-esque, cute coffee shops and Peren bakeries being placed there. So what is going to end up there if it stays as a commercial component of this community?
To answer your question, there are a variety of uses. It could be a Costco, right? So that's really going to affect your peak hour traffic. It could be something much more benign, which wouldn't. We'd really have to evaluate the impacts on
Well, it's going to be whatever is commercially viable, right?
Right.
So if they cannot put the artisanal Peren bakery there with a cheese shop next door, they're going to make a use of it, right? So I'm trying to figure out the sort of the less intense use then is residential.
The triplex uses is a relatively less intense use.
Okay.
Councilman Breckus. Oh, sorry, I apologize. It's actually Councilman Delgado. His pad is not working.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I apologize. He's been waiting actually for a while. Go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who've asked several of the same questions I was going to ask. Where I go back to, and Mr. Gilbert or Mr. Gordon, Mr. Gilbert first, help me understand number 3 on amendments that was prescribed chapter, the zoning districts, as an amendment portion where it says density increases by a maximum of 10%. Familiar with the language?
Oh, so this is the MGOD at the end?
Correct. So explain to me a little bit more as to what does that mean to you with respect to bonuses in terms of densities above and beyond the
staff's position. That's project specific. That's not increasing that 3,000 cap above that.
It's not allowing.
No, that is again the allocation of units between between planning areas and within planning areas. That's not a bonus for to go above the 3,000 cap. That's a bonus for project specific. That's the option.
Okay. It doesn't, so when I read it, it doesn't clearly say that, but what you guys are telling me that's what the thought was.
Correct. And then it's a lengthy document and references that 3,000 cap.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll come back with follow-up.
All right, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In relation to that same comment, wasn't it dwelling units? I just want to ask, we have residential land, it only applies to residential land, but is it dwelling units, or is it residential units, or is it, I don't understand if commercial it's not a dwelling unit.
ERUs?
For the record, Garrett Gordon. So looking at this number 16 from MGOD, it says density shall not exceed 3,000 dwelling units. If that was a period after that sentence, then I think we'd have to go through this text amendment process. But it goes further to say, and 300 commercial acres cumulatively for all the properties in MGOD. And if back to the settlement agreement and the handbook, you can clearly do residential in commercial, the 300 commercial acres. And number 3, to point out Mr. Delgado's point, 10%, it uses that same word, density. So you look at number 1, it says a change in density shall not exceed 3,000. Number 3 says density increases by a maximum of 10% may be approved by the administrator. So I read that as you can increase that density. You have a cushion of 300 units through a map or through a use permit. We have both that would cover the triplexes that we're looking for. And just to clarify the record earlier, we prevailed with the Society for Verdi on, not on a motion to dismiss, but on the petition for judicial review. Just want to make that clear for the record. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Gilbert's comments that, this condition, with the fire station is an impediment or an impetus for parties to collaborate. I actually see it as an opportunity for someone to hold us hostage on if you don't give me the triplexes, then the fire station isn't going to come in, and then Santerra can't happen. So, I think we really have to realize we are playing a Hunger Game-like situation, and within that, parity is very important. And that's why that staff provision of not going above the 10% for any one project in their allocation is the most due process. And, a lot of these issues, I want, coffee shops or, 300 here to this one area, can all be done through opening up I'm not asking you a question, Mr. Gordon. So all through the us doing our legislative job, which is adopting an update to the MGOD if we wanted to. And sure, that would really then be, hey, the Reno City Council's priority for transportation improvements is this terrible overpass because we're in bad shape. But I want to focus on this secondary access because it works in condition, this one condition that's being asked to be relieved works in condition with this other in concert with this other condition that I don't think provides the protection. So, Mr. Gilbert, if we get rid of this secondary access and let them rely upon this one for Santerra that you say is under construction, does it have to be completed and approved and accepted as a secondary access before they can file a final map?
For villages 1 through 6, permanent secondary access is required before the 256th unit.
Before the 256 unit?
Correct.
And how many are in each village?
I don't know.
Does that get you through 2 villages? Does it get you through 3 tentatives? How many tentatives does it get you through?
I'd have to look.
Yeah, it gets you through like 3 tentative maps. So you can final plat, 3 tentative maps before this secondary one is done. But the other problem that I really, really see, having driven this fairly recently, is, and I didn't 4-wheel it up through Santerra, just went to kind of the railroad crossing, is this Centerra thing does not happen. And then we've got a temporary road out there that's been accepted. Who has maintenance responsibility for this temporary road? Can you answer that? Are they held, once this temporary road is completed?
Again, that condition 31 requiring that additional temporary road was a council condition. I don't believe
Yeah,
that's specified.
and so I would tell the council, if you want to relieve them of this other one, I would say it has to be approved and accepted as a secondary road prior to any final map filing and maintenance responsibility by the developer, until it is accepted by others, because I think it's going to be incorporated into a permanent road at some point, right? Dedicated into a city road. That is providing the most protection. That
Could you
is
just
so
say it
necessary.
again?
Yes.
Approved and accepted?
Yeah, I would replace condition 31 or work it in concert with that other one and say that that road has to be approved and accepted as a temporary access by the by us, and maintained by this, this developer until it is otherwise improved and accepted as a public road. Because what if Centerra doesn't happen and we've got all these people hanging out there?
We hear you.
Yeah,
All right, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And this is, it comes down to different interpretations, and I can respect that. We could probably get 10 lawyers in here and you'd probably get 10 different interpretations. So that's why I go back historically to just what I felt was, discussions in good faith and understandings of 10 years of history about that 3,000 cap. So I'm going to take a stab at a motion and we'll see where it goes. In the case of LDC 21-00038 Meridian 120 South Condition Amendment, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to uphold staff's recommendation and amend condition of approval number 4 regarding dwelling unit allocation, and modify condition number 33 regarding a temporary emergency access route to include it being approved and accepted by the developer and city, maybe to our city manager to help me with that language for condition number 33. The reason for this is based in the current MGOD language, as well as the San Lucas Court case, which specified where the MGOD is determined to be unclear or ambiguous, the Planning Commission and the City Council should refer to the handbook for background history and intent. Both the expired handbook and the expired settlement agreement and the current MGOD code all specify that the total amount of development resulting from any change in density shall not exceed 3,000 dwelling units and 300 commercial acres cumulatively for all the properties in the MGOD. In this case, the applicant has the ability, although they say they've had difficulty in doing it, to stay within the 3,000 cap by working with the other MGOD property owners and agree upon reallocation of the units. There are additional units in the 3 planning areas, and they need to continue to work on those. The application should follow the MGOD requirements and stay within the 3,000 unit cap by working with the other property owners to obtain the additional units from their allocation.
All right.
I'll second.
Thank you so much. I have a motion and a second.
And I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I
Jordan.
heard Councilwoman Jordan say condition 33, but I think she
I meant
meant
31. I apologize.
Okay, I wanted to make sure.
Yes, it was 31.
And then I also heard you add something about the secondary road being approved and accepted. Could you just?
Yes, just approved and accepted to language as Councilmember Breckus had indicated.
Okay. I think she said approved and accepted as a temporary access and maintained by developer until a final road is approved.
Correct.
Yeah, and you probably have a permit, LDPs, whatever, for that road. If it's under construction, it has a permit right now by Centerra. Correct, Mr. Gilbert? They just can't, Centerra just can't be out there grading that road. And
Right, it's mass grading permits. and
Yeah, so
siting
I would
permits.
reference that mass grading. The only thing I'm concerned about, and I want to be clear, is, we're telling people to go work with other people and kind of get their units. It feels like it could be construed as a effort of, you know, us trying to interfere with other people's property rights and allocations. And it's just not that. It's just being knowledgeable, for example, of their plans. Like the MF14 guy could be like, I'm not even in the game for residential units. I'm in the game for mini storage units.
Well, and see, and I don't, Madam Mayor, if you'll indulge me
ahead,
for half a
please.
second. I don't view it as that. I view this as, again, back to our productive and constructive community meetings. I see it as this is an MGOD 3,000 cap. Everybody is swimming in the same direction. It might be that they get there in a slightly different fashion, but to me, it's just a regional discussion amongst the developers in this area. To me, the discussion is even more prominent now if Meridian has a potential fire station location as something they can discuss with potentially getting these additional units that they seek.
Okay.
So I see it as a regional beneficial discussion and nothing more.
Okay, well, with that, I can support it.
Councilwoman Breckus, you have 1 minute.
No, we're in discussion of the motions and also, and I'm in,
just wanted
I
to
will
know
vote for the motion.
If you needed more time. No, okay. All right, any other discussion on this? So here's my issue, and I totally get exactly where my colleagues are coming from, and I think you're spot on. But this one is always like the really big heartburn for me, and what I'm fearful of is that we will have inadequate fire service without it. quite
Without the
honestly.
road.
Yeah.
So-
So I want to make sure that is it. But I mean, I can absolutely see where the heartburn is, and I think there is definite two different interpretations. But I also fear that they won't get the fire service out there. So it's real, that is concerning. So I want to make sure that that is in there. Correct, Mr. Gordon? That's in one of the conditions.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, with the motion on the table would not allow us to go forward with our 285 triplexes today. So the dedication is in fact in question, as well as the fee. If condition 4 was removed, there's no uncertain terms, you're getting fire station land and fire station fees.
All right. Go ahead.
I just don't understand that, because we approved just 2 years ago a project with 32 conditions that include a fire station, secondary access, and it wasn't premised on an additional 285 units.
So it was. You approved a tentative map
Right.
with 285 units in villages 3 and 4. You made every single finding for all those triplexes. You put a condition on there to say, go get a text amendment, and work with the neighbors, and clarify the arguable ambiguity that we can do the triplexes in AC. To Councilwoman Jardin's point, we worked in good faith. We were at the table for 2 years working on this, and now we're told you're done. And so now I would just ask that we are allowed to move forward with our 285, given our interpretation allows for what you've
I will
approved.
just say, when I voted on it, I didn't think it was an additional 285. I thought it was within the cap. I'm just going to be honest with you.
And Madam Mayor, I would like to get some legal clarification on this, because I too didn't believe that the 32 amendments and conditions that we applied 2 years ago, that was conditional if they didn't get this above the cap, was somehow going to relieve you of the obligation and the condition as it related to the fire station. So I don't know how, and maybe this is to our city attorney's office, somehow not getting the additional above the cap units somehow unwinds the fire station. Could we get our city attorneys to chime in on this? Because I think there's some correlations being drawn here and connections of dots that maybe shouldn't be connected.
My understanding was that they were going to offer the property for the fire station, and that all of the properties in the MGOD were going to make a contribution to the fire station. So that's how I understood it.
I didn't know the conditions of that were that they were going to take that back if we didn't allow them the additional units on top of 3,000.
Correct. That's the way I understood it.
Okay, so I am a little offended today, as I stand here, that somehow a condition that we put in and you agreed to in good faith, you are now going to say, we're going to take that back because you won't give us a plus plus. So Mr. Gordon, that is not what my understanding was, and that has been affirmed by our city attorney here today. So you're telling me on the record, if you don't get these additional units above the 3,000, that you're going to take the land that you dedicated in good faith back?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying for the record is we have a tentative map with 6 villages with 32 conditions. The condition was prior to recording the first final map, we have to dedicate 3 acres to the city. It hasn't been dedicated yet. Nothing's been dedicated. We dedicated in conjunction with the first final map. I'm saying without the 285 triplex units, it appears this project does not pencil anymore. So there's no reason to comply with any conditions, and the project's dead. So I'm not taking anything back.
But you will say on the record that sentence you just told us just now was not a sentence that you put an asterisk on 2 years ago.
I wasn't here 2 years ago.
Okay, so my point being is, we're now being told that there's an asterisk. Well, we would dedicate that and we would do the fire station, but only if. So I will say again, I'm offended at those comments being made at the podium here today, Mr. Gordon.
I can also say, in good faith, we stood at the podium and said we would do a text amendment.
And I sat in those meetings with you, and it is not our body's fault that litigation was brought forward and those issues are being litigated and brought to the Supreme Court, which those will be resolved in a mere matter of months. What I don't like is the inference that if we don't do something here today, you're going to take something back that you agreed to 2 years ago.
And so the record's clear, I'm not saying we take anything back. I'm saying there be no final map to record to comply with all the conditions. Nothing was given yet until we go record a final map. So I'm not saying anything's being taken back. We'll comply with all those conditions if approved.
Okay, all right, so I had a motion, I had a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna ask you to give me a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Dewar?
Aye.
Delgado? Weber? Jordan?
Aye.
Reese? Shivi?
No.
Motion fails 4-3.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, I'm gonna send it back to you. Do we have an attorney-client? I think we do. Oh,
Motion.
oh, it failed. Oh,
Can we
sorry.
have our roll call vote again? I mean,
No,
maybe
you wanna do another roll call?
Would you like me to repeat the roll?
yeah,
that
I
we
think
just-
yeah,
Go ahead.
it would be helpful.
The motion that we had was 4 in opposition, 3 in favor. Councilmember Breckus, Dewar, Jordan in favor. Councilmember Delgado, Weber, Reese, and Shivi in opposition.
So, okay,
All right,
so
so then I've gotta send it back to, Councilman Reese?
Yeah, I'm going to move that in the case LDC 21038, based on a compliance with the applicable findings, I will move to uphold the recommendations of the Planning Commission and delete condition 31, and also uphold the Planning Commission recommendation to delete condition 4 regarding dwelling units. This is based on my belief that the 3,000 residential cap does not apply to arterial commercial zoning, and the ambiguity would be drawn as against that interpretation, because that proposed increase also falls within a secondary argument about a 10% increase in density, which is allowed by code.
Madam Mayor, I second that.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor? Yeah, it would certainly include that as a condition.
Sure. All right, I have a motion, I have a set.
Yeah, I'm not going to support, I mean, this absolutely continues the litigation of the MGOD, and it's very problematic to take, there's so much precedent against going across a cap in an area. I mean, we administer lots of plan unit developments to a cap. This is guaranteed to get us into court, and it's not in Mr. Gordon's interest. I'm amazed that we're willing to go there, but no.
Mr. Delgado?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just really quickly, the way I read 16 administrative amendments is little different than what I believe our staff does, and I think it allows us the opportunity in number 3 to allow for some of these density bonuses opportunities with respect to the current needs of our community. I definitely hear, and then above that, it shows in number 4 that if we want to go up to 25, there's a process. Above 25, there's another process, and so forth. But that 10% max is an opportunity we can have a discussion here. And so I just read it, interpret it differently, the way I see it. I appreciate Councilmember Reese laying out his direction. Is why I propose it today, though it's very tough, and I know it's a very complicated issue. But I know housing is a big issue for us right now in our community that needs to be built. So thank you.
All right, any other? Go ahead, Councilmember.
Yeah, I am very concerned about this motion for my council members. This goes completely against our attorney's recommendation, our staff's recommendation, their interpretation, our positions in lawsuits. And finally, to Mr. Delgado's point, I'm reading it right here on amendments. The very first line before it talks about density, it says, the total amount of development resulting from any change in density shall not exceed 3,000 units and 300 commercial acres cumulatively for all properties in the MGOD. It says it right there. It's the total amount of development resulting from any change in density. I asked our attorneys earlier in this conversation, I said, please guide us on what this means. And they said, you can move density within the villages. You could make one village more dense, one village less dense, but you cannot exceed 3,000 units. But what I heard the motion saying is you could exceed 3,000 units by 10%. I think that's what you just said, Mr. Reese. And I completely, I don't agree. It isn't the advice that we've received. It's not a position that's supported by the handbook. So I'm concerned about fire, Madam Mayor, but I have one more thing.
I'm concerned about it, and I think that everyone is interpreting this very different.
Well, I have one more thing to say, and that is that the fire station, I think what Mr. Gordon is saying is that if he doesn't get this density bonus, they won't move forward with the project, period. Okay, if they don't find it penciling, somebody else will move forward with the project and will have to have a fire station. That's what he's telling us, not if, what if he came back next week and said, now we need 100 more units to make it pencil? Would we say, fine, that's fine, whatever you think it takes to pencil? I mean, he's telling us it won't pencil without 285, so I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just be brief. It is obvious that we are a body divided, and we are a body of folks from all different walks of life, political backgrounds, ideologies, and so we're going to disagree at times. And so I think it's a close question. I think Councilmember Breckus is right that we invite litigation no matter which side we side with. And in this case, I think the words matter. And this particular reading that you've given excludes the word and 300 commercial. It also ignores the MGOD, which clearly calls out an A, B, and a C category of things. And it says without these other things, there are no limitations to this other category. And so it purely is an interpretation about what I think a judge is going to ultimately do. And our planning commission agreed with that recommendation too. It's very strange because by the time we get to this body, when we don't like it, we say the planning commission got it wrong. When we like it, they say they got it right. It's always very difficult. There are no easy choices. I don't think this is an easy choice, but it is within, I think, the reasonable interpretation. And I fall back on two things. One, I think a less intense use is residential in that area. I don't want to see a Costco there. I don't want to see box trucks on that roadway. I don't want to see all those things. So the less intense use. And then the last thing is, of course, fire. I want to make sure that the communities there have access to a fire station and fire services because it's a very difficult and complex area in the WUI. And so as a result, again, close question, that's how I fall.
All right, Councilman, or Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I will just open this by saying I respect all of my colleagues and their votes on this. I mean, we have to be able to disagree in an agreeable fashion. I have been out in this region and worked for projects, including this one, for many meetings. But on this one, to me, it was quite clear that this was going above the 3,000 cap. And I understand there can be different readings of that. On this one, I feel strongly about it. I am saddened to see very collaborative discussions, I think that now are unfortunately probably over with this action, so.
All right. So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Opposed.
All right. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus?
No.
Dewar?
No.
Delgado? Weber? Jordan?
No.
Reese? Shivi?
Yes. And something's going out there that needs a fire station. All right.
So motion
Carries.
Motion passes 4-3.
All right. Sending it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We would be moving on to item C3. I'm not certain if City Manager Thornley said you did have a attorney-client.
We do have one. C3-1, C3-2 are TEFRA hearings. They should be considerably shorter than the remaining items on the agenda. I don't know if you want to knock them out. Ms. Van Buren is here. I know we need a break. Not C4 or C5, I think C3.
I'm just gonna leave it there.
C3-1 and C3-2. And then we'll take a break.
Okay, so we're moving on to open item C3, which will include C3-1 and C3-2 at this time.
Madam Mayor, point of order. I don't need a staff presentation. I think we've done this several times, but I know there is a process that we must engage in. So I don't know if we can do that process. And I apologize. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Madam Mayor, I'm suggesting that we don't necessarily need a full-on staff report,
No.
but I'll leave it to your discretion. I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those
Well,
in favor?
Madam Mayor, sorry, can we open the public hearing and?
Yeah, just the
we're going
process
back.
stuff.
What are you doing?
I'm so sorry.
No, just kidding. Sorry, we're all a little frazzled. That last one was. Ooh, don't like it at all. Hold on. Gotcha. Okay, Madam Clerk, let the record reflect that the public hearing will now open. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay. All right.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
C3-1 and 2, or was that just one?
That was C3-1 and
That's correct.
Yeah.
All right, so we will go on break and return at 2:30.
All right.
Okay, give us just a
Everyone is here,
second
Madam
to
Clerk.
get it
I'm gonna
turned back
send
on.
it to you.
All right, awesome. Welcome back. Thank you. Looks like all members are present, so we're moving on to item C4, an annexation. Ordinance
right.
introduction to be read by the city attorney.
All right, I'm gonna send it to Carl Hall, and then I will, or actually, let me open the public hearing first. Let the record reflect that the city council is now opening the public hearing, Madam Clerk. Was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given. We did receive one comment associated with this item in opposition. We have no registered public commenters in the audience. Additionally, we have no hands raised in the Zoom meeting, so we have no additional public comment at this time.
Okay, perfect. Then I'm gonna, just send it for a staff presentation. Take it away.
I'll go ahead and
Oh, go ahead. We're gonna
read
let
it
Carl
first.
read
Thank you,
it,
Madam
and then
Mayor. Ordinance
Sorry,
introduction,
we're
bill
jumping ahead of
number
you.
7211, case number ANX 22-00002, Gateway at Galena annexation. Ordinance annexing to and making part of the city of Reno certain specifically described property territory of 3 parcels being plus or minus 33.71 acres of property located east of Wedge Parkway, plus or minus 515 feet south of its intersection of Mount Rose Highway, within the city of Reno, sphere of influence, and the Truckee Meadows service area, Washoe County, Nevada, together with other matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Word 2.
All right, thank you. Now, it's all you.
All right, we're ready. Thank you so much. For the record, Joey Winter, Associate Planner, here for this item, which is the Gateway at Galena annexation. This is a applicant-initiated annexation request, and the applicant is here today. But I'll start with a brief staff presentation on this item. And in my staff presentation, I hope to do 3 things. Actually, I will do 3 things. First, establish the location of the site. Then we'll move on to the what this request in front of you is, and what needs to be considered with this request. And then finally, wrapping up after the review considerations, why staff analyzed this request and recommended approval of the annexation. So to jump into it, starting with the location of the site, this is south of downtown along Interstate 580. The site is in yellow there, immediately west of Interstate I-80, just south of the interchange with Mount Rose Highway. And then Wedge Parkway comes down the west side and provides access to the site. I will put on the screen now some more local landmarks just to help orient us better. The Sierra Summit Mall is to the northeast of the site, and then working clockwise from there, you have Ormat facilities to the southeast and south, Galena High School to the southwest. Immediately north of the project site, in between the site and Mount Rose Highway, is the University of Nevada Redfield campus. Across Mount Rose Highway, north of that, would be the Rayleigh's Shopping Center. So that's the location. Moving on to the what of this request. The site is 33.7 acres. The applicant has submitted and has an approved tentative map to develop housing at this location. And as allowed by state code, they have petitioned the city for annexation under state code NRS section 268.670. This land is identified in the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan as Tier 1 land. Tier 1 land is land that is adjacent to infrastructure and adjacent to development, and development is anticipated on this land in the near future. The site is completely surrounded by Ward 2. It's on a county island within the city's sphere of influence, and it already has a city zoning designation, and the city controls land use. That zoning designation is mixed-use suburban. The reason why this site is not already annexed into the city is the ownership history of the property. This was a planned expansion of the University of Nevada Redfield campus. It was owned by the state, and there was no motivation to annex it while it was under state control. It is now under private development. There is a tentative map to develop this privately, and the applicant has petitioned for annexation. Infrastructure in the area. There are roadways adjacent to the site, public roadways. Sewer connections and water connections are available for development, and police and fire service areas encircle the site. And again, just emphasizing what the request is before you. Everything shaded in red on your screen is currently within the city. The site is outlined in yellow, and this request would be to bring that subject site into the city via annexation. The review considerations for this type of annexation request are on your screen now. I'll go through them all briefly, and I'll lump some of them together. So if you have any further questions on any of them, please follow up. Starting with the first two, the location of this site is a logical extension of the boundaries of the city. It is completely surrounded by Ward 2 or encircled by Ward 2. The next 4 bullets I will lump together and then talk about briefly. This annexation will accommodate planned regional growth. There is, starting with that regional land designation of Tier 1 land, this is land that is adjacent to development, adjacent to infrastructure, and anticipated for development in the near future. The city zoning designation for this site is mixed-use suburban, and the city controls land use on these parcels, and this is the type of development that has came in that we anticipate to see. As for how long this has been part of planned growth, I think it's been in the works for a while, and you can see that starting with there's some industrial development moving southeast of the highway across the freeway from this site. And additionally, if you go back to the Redfield Regional Plan, which is 15 or 20 years old now and is no longer in effect, but that did anticipate development of this nature in this area. Water and sewer service, again, are available. This is within the service area for both of those utilities, as well as police and fire. The city police and city fire currently have service areas which encircle the site. And then capital facilities, this is a logical extension of city roadways for this development. A physical analysis was submitted by the applicant. City staff analyzed that request. The finance department determined that annexation of these properties would have a net positive fiscal impact for the city of Reno. This is not part of any community management plan area for Washoe County, and this annexation does not create an island. In fact, it actually does the opposite. This is an existing, a remnant of county land completely encircled by the city, and we would be reducing the size of that island. So after looking at those considerations and analyzing the request, staff came to the recommendation for approval of this annexation request with the recommended motion here on your screen, specifically to refer this item for a second reading and adoption. Okay. And that concludes my presentation. I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Good job. I think this is your second time in front of us. You're
Yeah.
killing it.
Well, I had a chocolate milk this morning, so I'm ready to go.
I love it.
I had a chocolate milk this morning.
And it was fun. I got to know a little bit about you when we all went to what was that called? Yeah, the Great Places to Work. And then we all went out. It was really fun. It was really fun to get to know, everyone we work with. And it was just really cool to get to hear your story. So, well, anyway, I'm glad you're back. So good job.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
You're one.
I support this, and I do have a couple questions, though. My first question is, what I think I brought up to staff, and I certainly brought up to applicant, was why we're annexing after you've done a tentative map. It's so confusing to me. I mean, I thought the process works from beginning to end. We annex, then we evaluate, master planning and zoning, do tentative map, there's a process. And yet, we've done that process, and yet we haven't annexed. Could you just explain that again?
Yes, thank you for the question. I do appreciate the question and do understand the confusion, but just to clarify, we, being the city of Reno, is not annexing this property. This is not part of an annexation program. This is a request from the applicant. This land is within the city's sphere of influence.
Right.
So
You can.
it can be developed. And
Under county, if we didn't annex.
no, it would be the city controls land use on the parcel. The tentative map came to us, was heard by the City Planning Commission. All permits will be reviewed by city staff, regardless of annexation status.
I understand all this. All I'm asking is, when it came into us to get a tentative mapper, right? They got the
Yes.
tentative map. why didn't we say, where's your annexation request?
As city staff, we can't really speak to when the timing of those applications come in. That did come in, and we did bring up the issue of that this was still in the sphere of influence, and the applicant has brought forward now an annexation
I
request.
get all that, but I'm still struggling. Maybe this is a question for Mr. Manager. I'm just not sure.
So as Mr. Winter just said, we don't have at present a current annexation plan. And so we are at the mercy of the applicant in terms of whether or when they would like to annex their
So they
property.
could get a tentative map like a couple of years ago, but non-annex for a couple of years or something?
They could get a tentative map and not annex at all. They would just have to develop it under our standards.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to move forward with it. It's just, I think it's a very unusual, haven't run into this process before in my years here, so I didn't understand. I thought we start with annexation. So the only other question I had is a couple times you kept saying it was completely surrounded. But on one whole side, it's university, and they're still in the county, right?
Yes, that is correct, and it's right here on your screen again.
Yeah.
The Redfield campus is under state ownership.
Right.
It is still in the county.
Right. And then lastly, just that finding about bringing in funds, when you look at it, what was the net? Was it like $10 or $1,000 or someone must know?
I think I can pull that up in a second.
It's not that critical. I just wondered, is it usually development costs money? You got to provide police and fire and so on and so forth, services to homes because it's not commercial. So if you had it off the top of your head, that'd be great. If you don't, it's fine.
I want to say it's somewhere between 50,000 and 200,000 was what the estimate from the applicant was. Our finance staff did not put that number on it. They evaluated and said, in general, this will be a net positive.
Okay. Well, I'm supportive and going to make a motion, but I think there's
Let
other
me go
people.
to Councilwoman Breckus before.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. And it's vacant, so the annexation prior to an election doesn't matter then, right?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We did look at that, and I believe it's more than 90 days before the election is when those come in, and this would fall outside that window, but it was looked at.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. One time it wasn't. Now, here's the thing. You said it's an island. Now, an island is language when you're talking, to my interpretation, and just for everyone to know, when we talk annexations, because we've made decisions to not have annexations in Title 18 and just work straight off of 268, which is odd and unusual. But islands are creations when you're talking about annexation programs. Is that your understanding? And then you default into contiguity and other factors when you're outside of an annexation program.
Yes, so this would not be part of the annexation program. If it was part of the annexation program, we cannot create islands as the city. But that does not apply under this portion of state code where it's an applicant coming forward and petitioning.
But if we were in a program of annexation, we probably would be creating an island.
If this was part of our annexation program, we could not do this because it would create, the Redfield campus would be an island less than 40 acres. That's prohibited by state code.
Yeah, and that is my problem with all of this. I very much support program of annexation, the concept, which is embedded in our regional planning framework, which is a cooperative effort. And because we've gotten to the point where we've had other priorities, not doing an annexation program, we're creating, in my view, uncertainty and also lack of cooperation with our other jurisdictions. Because what we've done now is we've got Redfield just hanging out there for the sheriff to respond to. And so I said, I think a while ago at our last annexation, I'm just not going there with these unilateral applicant walk in the door, city council look at it. I want to adopt a program of annexation. I want it to be a very good one. I want it to be in the context of the sphere, and I want us to follow that and not annex outside of the program of annexation. I think that is how we get into problems. And so I can't support this one at this time. I really hope that we can prioritize getting a program of annexation so there's land use certainty out in the region. I think when you don't have land use certainty, you have issues like the MGOD that we just dealt with. So I'm not in support, and I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions from council? No? Okay, that being said, I'm going to send it to you to give us a motion, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move to annex this project on C4.
All right.
ANX 22000002, Gateway at Galena annexation. And if I get a second, I have one more question.
I have a motion and a second.
I have
Go
one
ahead,
more
back to you,
question.
Councilwoman Dorr.
Is it possible, I mean, should we be annexing the campus? I mean, does that have to remain in the county?
It does not have to.
Yay.
We have had discussions with the applicant about that. We have been in contact with the Redfield campus. There's nothing to report, but this would not preclude a future annexation.
And we could put them in annexation plan, actually, and annex them?
I think if we had an annexation plan, that could be considered.
Okay. I mean, it's good to not have islands. I mean, to Councilmember Breakfast's point, it's good to not just have one place that a sheriff's responding to. So I would just as soon do it all. I'm just, for the future. So, okay.
All
Anyway.
right. So I have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Councilwoman Weber.
Quickly wanted to ask, I thought you couldn't annex somebody without them wanting to be annexed.
I want.
That's what's happening.
Okay.
They've
Okay,
petitioned,
I
yes.
missed that.
Okay.
Sorry.
All
Okay,
right,
thank
so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
No.
Okay, motion carries. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
you guys. Have a good
But
day.
if I
Thanks
could make
for
a point of
Sitting
clarification.
here and,
Could I make a,
for, I don't know,
Yeah.
3 hours, 4 hours? Thank you.
I did offer to do it before lunch.
Madam Mayor, could I just clarify, because I think someone misunderstood me and there was a point. If someone's in a program of annexation, they can be annexed against their
That's what I thought.
wishes. That's the only way it can be done. And that's how you solve problems like the islands that you create through this method.
And in
Thank
fact,
you.
my own development was annexed, probably, I didn't live there, but not with their agreement, but they were annexed into the city and they were an island.
Okay, thank you so much. Good job. Thank you. All right. Okay, moving on, Madam Clerk, sending it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to item C5, which is a request for conditional use permit.
Okay, at this time, let the record reflect that the city council is now opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received? Nathan, so nice to see you again.
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given, and we did receive 2 letters in opposition of this item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available on reno.gov/meetings.
All right, perfect. I'm going to send it right back to you, Nathan.
All right. Hello again, Nathan Gilbert, Senior Planner with Development Services. The issue on review this afternoon is a request for a conditional use permit to allow a skyway, essentially a pedestrian bridge over East Commercial Row. The site zoning the site zoning is mixed use downtown entertainment district and is master plan downtown mixed use. Key issues in staff analysis were project design and safety and compatibility with the surrounding area. A little bit of background, the design standards for skyways were adopted in 2000. The Reno City Center renovation to mixed use, the Reno City Center is currently undergoing renovation to mixed use residential commercial facility. That's the former Harrah's buildings. This will provide direct access from existing parking garage at the Whitney Peak to new offices in the city center complex. The skyways are allowed subject to review and recommendation by the Design Review Committee and the Planning Commission. Ultimately, a skyway is a city council decision. As far as the design was modified from its original open truss design, initial concepts that were presented to the Design Review Committee had features very similar to the bridges over in Wingfield Park. Based on the feedback received from the Design Review Committee, revisions were received to incorporate their comments as well as NAB comments related to safety and an open, a covered walkway concept. And that resulted in the request that you have before you today for a covered bridge design that takes into consideration precipitation management, color palette, and a color palette matching the existing buildings. As condition, it does restrict access, address security and maintenance of the Skyway Bridge. It requires a lighting plan and would have murals painted on the columns. It's 232 by 11-foot semi-enclosed bridge. So you can see in that graphic there, it has the kind of mesh siding to give it an open feel, but provide that security and provide that coverage, that the roof coverage that the Design Review Committee commented on. The majority of the spans goes over the old Harris Plaza. The columns are all on private property, and the design includes concrete floors, slanted metal roof, decorative railing, and a powdered coated mesh siding. There are 3 existing sky bridges in the vicinity. This location is right next to the Reno Arch, where there are numerous special events during the warm seasons. There are conditions that address that no loitering in the bridge. This would be really restricted to key card access for the employees to access their commercial offices to that existing parking garage. And signs on the Skyway are restricted through conditions of approval. Planning Commission was able to make all required findings for conditional use permit related to consistency with Reno Municipal Code, compatibility with surrounding development, consistency with development standards, public services and utilities available, compatible characteristics, and that it would not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare. Additional findings are required for Skyway conditional use permits. Planning Commission determined that is consistent with Skyway design guidelines and lessens the tunnel effect with the final design, does not impair the view of officially recognized scenic resources, is consistent with orderly development of the project or area, and addresses pedestrian circulation by providing written consent of greater than 75% of the owners of frontages on both sides of the affected block. At the April 20th Planning Commission hearing, Planning Commission discussed balancing adopted master plan policies for supporting skyways in certain downtown locations and promoting street activation, and limited employee key card access, providing a functional connection between an employment center and a parking area. Planning Commission recommends to City Council with conditions. They recommended approval, 5 in favor, 1 opposed. With that, Planning Commission recommends that City Council approve the conditional use permit subject to conditions. That concludes my presentation.
All right, good job, Nathan. Okay, I'm gonna start with Councilwoman Breckus. Go ahead.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Gilbert, thanks for that presentation. I have a few questions because it was unclear to me. So, and I just spent some time in our new code. So the skyways reside in Title 18 in the development standards section title, correct?
It's a referenced appendix.
Yeah, but then it referenced appendix. But for procedural purposes, because I was looking in the use table to see if it's an accessory use, you know, like in zoning districts, but it more seems that it's a development standard in like grading that then is triggered a conditional use.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand. And so with that, we look at the conditional use permit findings, and then the design, you know, criteria, the specific standards, if you will, or guidelines for those. Let me ask you, you say it's associated with the Reno City Center complex, and you know, you say it's the former Harris buildings, but I'm really uncertain what that is, and I did see a lot of characterization of that. And you're mentioning that it's a sky bridge for employees, but I thought this city center complex was a residential project.
It's a mixed-use project.
Do you have a delineation of, you know, square footages, occupancy, all the building permits that have been pulled so we can understand the complexion of this project? Because it wasn't subject to any other planning entitlement, correct?
No, correct. This is in the downtown mixed-use zone, which goes straight to building permit.
Yeah. Did it get any kind of traffic analysis or anything so we could see a characterization of it?
I can't speak to that other than permits are actively being worked on.
Okay. And this garage has how many parking spaces?
I don't know offhand.
And it's going to be exclusively for the people on the other side of the parking of the parking garage, of the tunnel?
That's
Or the
correct.
sky bridge?
That's
It's
correct.
exclusively, it's not gonna be for, like, pay to park or for anyone else in the vicinity?
It's restricted to key card access.
Well, that doesn't necessarily comport to the same concept, if you don't mind, because I thought at one point that that property maybe was associated with the Whitney Peak, or, can other people validate, and can it be a private parking lot for fee for other users, maybe?
The condition is written for key card access for employees.
And exclusively for, but just that one building that's connecting, not that's a completely.
The conditional use permit is for the sky bridge itself, and that's for access to the sky bridge.
And but on the other end is just a commercial building that's all employment, correct?
Correct.
Not residential.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the square footage of that building?
I don't know offhand. Perhaps the
Okay.
applicant.
Maybe the applicant knows a few more. And then there were in the table, in the design guidelines, a lot of requirements of like a checklist you have to go through, of frontage, that they control so much frontage, then that's the width of how wide it can be. Did you go through all that and confirm that this meets those standards?
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't see it in the
I'm
record.
going to cut you off right there and go to Councilwoman Dewar. And
Yeah.
We'll come back to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah.
Okay, go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
I had an opportunity to go out on site and look at this, and there were a couple things that I really liked about the approach. One was the use of the design review committee, and as I understand, they actually, at the direction of the design review committee, went back, modified the design. So where they started is not where they ended. Where they started was well-intentioned, but it didn't fit the architecture. So I was very pleased that there was no buckling or resistance to that. I think the design review committee brings a lot of value. And I am very pleased that the applicants listened to that and spent money to revise. I think that's really worth noting. The second thing I want to note is that it's narrow. It's really intended to be a skywalk versus a gaming facility, a restaurant, or something else. And I really like that. I do have something I'm not as keen on, and that is that we don't put people on the ground. We always want people on the ground in our city to have a lively urban environment. And I think that that's 300 or more people that won't be on the ground necessarily. I don't even know if they'll all use it. I mean, I imagine everyone will use it because it's a simple way to get to your car. But I mean, are they going to stand up there and watch events or something? I don't know. But anyway, could you just speak to that? I mean, we got 2 letters of opposition, so could you just summarize for us what the concerns were? Because so far, I think this is a pretty good thing. But
Yeah, so we took the feedback from the NABs. The NAB conversation was actually very enlightening.
The NAB was?
Yeah, no, it really was. The Design Review Committee comments really parroted some of that and added some extra. The special events and loitering on the bridge.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that was discussed?
that was discussed.
And what was the answer?
There's a specific condition of approval
That you can't
to
spend more
prevent
than
that.
10 minutes in there or something?
No loitering, yeah.
No loitering.
Mhm.
But I thought I heard you say no loitering under the bridge.
No.
In the bridge?
In the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I could swear I heard you say no loitering under the bridge, and I thought, well, it's going to be shade. Someone's going to stand under there. But no loitering in. Okay, I think that's very good. And then was there another issue? I've heard this always about getting people down on the ground. Do you have a thought?
Well, I think and I can go back to the finding. That's an actual finding for the skyways, and that provision that says provide written consent of greater than 75% of the owner's frontages on both sides of effective block meet that criteria.
Okay, but I'm asking you, from a city design perspective, we want people down, but these special people coming from this special section of this building, in other words, it's not all the guests, it's not everyone in the building, it's just for people that have key card access.
That's correct.
So some subset of the people in the building would be using this,
Correct.
but not everyone.
Not everybody.
Okay. I don't know exactly why they need it, but I get it, and I'm not opposed to it, and I like the process that was followed very much.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too, like Councilmember Dewar, am excited to have seen it gone through the design review board and the process that was identified there. There had been some kerfuffle some months ago when the university did not similarly go through it, in large part because no one knew it existed. So it was good to know that. It also has gone through the NAB. As to this concern about deactivating spaces, I think, at least one very vocal blogger was talking about how our own consultants have said, don't use these. And I think that's a mischaracterization, and it's why we don't read and believe everything you read on the internet. Because I had the chance in my briefing the other day with Gail to talk very specifically about the use of skyways. And of course, the goal is to avoid skyways like we see on Sierra Street, where they're connecting huge chunks of buildings over entire cityscapes, right? Not a small, narrow path to take employees safely from parking to work, right? I also had the privilege of going on site and seeing the conversion of the CAI property to see it in all its various forms. And one of the things that struck me as very exciting is that we are going to reinvigorate the street because there's going to be a park there. There's going to be a Starbucks, a couple of very nice restaurants that open onto that, and a stage. And so it's really going to provide a way to enliven the area. I mean, that particular stretch of commercial, I don't know that there's a lot of people traffic that's going to use the street. And we certainly don't want to ask people to, play Frogger with oncoming traffic as they're going from, car to building. My understanding is that there are, several 50, 70, 80,000 square feet of office space. Imagine, if you will, the old Harrah's, right? And all the area that was gaming is now going to be converted into workspace. And those employees, and I suppose it's not a secret, I don't think, of who's going in there, but those employees will be able to go safely to and from their car. And so I just see this as a great opportunity for us to make certain that not only do we have the street level engagement that the project brings, but we also provide a safe way for employees to come and go. That key card access, I think, is a very good thing because it means that, I'm not going to be using it to go from the parking garage into the city center. I won't have that access, nor will other people. I understood that there were also a bunch of changes that were made about, they want to see flower baskets hanging and dripping onto the ground below. The design review committee didn't like the look of it. And so a lot of things happened to make it better. So for our public who is considering, contemplating this, please know that a lot of effort has gone into and a lot of public input into the ultimate, design elements of it. And there is no, sneaking it under the cover of night or disregarding some important groups' thoughts on it. We've taken all that into account, and that's how we got to this point.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Turner.
Thank you very much. I did want to ask Mr. Gordon, how many people is this tenant that we anticipate will use this?
Sure, thank you. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So the tenant who's requested this connection is Clear Capital. 500 employees planned for the building. They've leased floors 3, 4, and 5, about 75,000 square feet.
Okay. I too, like Councilmember Dewar, we want to see as much street activation as we can get, but I do also appreciate the developments that City Center has done at the street level, which will certainly activate it to a higher degree than it has been in my tenure here, which has really been very, very minimal. So I appreciate that. And I do also appreciate the input from the NAB and the Design Review Committee, because the first, I don't think it's any shock to you, because I think I told this to you, the first design was not particularly attractive, I didn't think, and didn't really suit the area very well. And it's much, much improved. So I think with the conditions put on and the NAB's input and the Design Review Committees, I think it's a much improved product for a very narrow group of folks. And we do want to see those folks on the street riding the scooters. Yeah, I said it. And going to shops and that sort of thing, which is the ultimate goal. But this is much improved from what it started out at. So good job.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, so, Mr. Gordon, do you know how many parking spaces are there in this garage?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, the garage that the pedestrian walkway connects to.
Yeah,
So that is owned by the Whitney Peak.
Okay.
And we have leased approximately 360, 370 spaces on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors to connect to the old Harris building. The balance of the garage, I want to say, I might be guessing here, but 500 or 600 spaces, and the balance of the spaces are still going to be used for Whitney Peak's valet service.
Okay, so, and I appreciate that information. Thank you. I have no other questions for you. And I was looking at the floor plan. That, to me, is a big issue in that, you know, and I'll tell you, I get why this community has taken a lot of efforts to have regulations related to skyways. I think there's 3 really great examples here in downtown and one maybe south. And if anyone's walked by the University of Nevada, Reno recently, there's another one, because boy, oh boy, is that a footing. But I was not, you know, necessarily closed-minded to this one because I think it's a minor street. But I really thought it was going to be serving a complete residential product. And I think the residential needs of residents are different than I'm going to work in downtown. And when I learned it was a office environment and we're committing to spanning a city, you know, a tunnel effect, the darkening over the right of way, for someone who's just leasing maybe a half or a third of a garage owned by someone else. And one of the findings is orderly phasing of the development. And I don't know if it's the development of you know, the garage or it's probably, I would interpret it to be on each sides. And I just don't see that it's orderly phasing. You know, this garage has been there a long time. I see it has needs, but it's meeting other needs. And those needs are a very functional garage. That's good. It's being parsed out among different users. But for a short-term use by one office tenant, who I think is jump spacing from somewhere else downtown, I don't think it's worth spanning over our right-of-way. I don't think it meets the master plan policies. I won't go into because I have a little difference of staff's analysis on, you know, the applicable policies about downtown activity and walkability, but particularly orderly phasing of development. It's not justified in my mind, so
Okay.
I won't support this. Thank you.
Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I got to go see the site yesterday and was really exciting to see it all. And what I envisioned is that these employees that are using those parking spots would probably not use it every day because they're going to want to be down on the ground when they go in to get their coffee, go in to do things. It'll be people moving around. Maybe when it rains or snows, maybe they use it. Maybe there's somebody that has handicaps and that's an easier way to go. But I think a lot of the employees will be down on the ground. Lunch breaks are going to go out. I just think it's great. So I just wanted to throw that in.
All right, thank you. I wanted to say that I went and I looked at it, because at first, I gotta say, I was very nervous because of what happened with the university when we were looking at the last one, and we didn't go to the design review committee, so I was really glad that you followed that process. And then the other thing I thought was interesting, I was in Minneapolis not too long ago, and I don't know if you've seen their downtown, it's all connected by these walkways. And there's lots of people on the ground as well. So after seeing that, and Minneapolis is a great downtown. It's pretty incredible, right? So after seeing that and also seeing, you know, cities, how they can do them really well. And not to mention, I do think it's important that we have workforce downtown. I really, really do. Downtown is changing dramatically. And I think that that's a big piece that's still missing is that downtown workforce. And I still want them coming down and living down there. So I actually think it was done really, really well. And so whenever I looked at it, and it's so minor, actually, it even seems like, but anyway, I think good job. Okay, I'm gonna send it Councilwoman Dewar, and then I'm gonna send it to Vice Mayor Jordan.
Just had a real quick question, and it's probably for you, Garrett. You said 500 employees, and then how many residents are you expecting in that unit? It was quite big and amazing. And what I'm wondering is, they don't get this. A resident would have to go down, then go up the garage, or will a resident even have parking in the Whitney Peak garage?
Thank you for the question. For the record, Garrett Gordon. So there's between 700 and 800 hotel rooms historically, converted into over 500 apartments. And those residents will use the existing Harrah's parking garage. There's about 800 parking spaces there, so that you can imagine one per unit or even two per unit for some folks, plus the retail commercial. We use the Harris Garage.
And where is that? Just remind me.
It's, the valet was off Center Street, and you pull in, it's
Yes.
just to the north of the Santa Fe there, if you're looking down.
Yep.
So that'll be residential garage, and then this garage is to accommodate those 500
Yeah.
employees.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Madam
say aye.
Mayor,
Go
I'm
ahead.
not going to support, I don't think it's conditional use permit finding number one, consistent with objectives of the title. I don't believe it is, because it is not a sky bridge attaching, in particular, a project of relationship with one another. In fact, it may be a sky bridge attaching on one side where the parking is, the other half of the sky bridge, less relationship to the project than what it's attaching. So I don't think that's consistent with the title of Skyways. I don't think it's, under the Skyway findings, consistent with the guidelines and lessens the tunnel effect. I don't believe that it does that, because I think we're creating an increased incremental tunnel effect in downtown Reno, which I think we really feel all the time. The more and more you add of these, the more you do create a tunnel effect. But particularly, number 3 is my hardest one. The applicant has demonstrated that the Skyway is consistent with the orderly development of the project or the area. I don't think so. This lease could go away tomorrow. This capital could, I don't know, we don't have privy to their lease arrangements, but I think they've jumped from one lease to another commercial space, and that's great. Maybe they're expanding, but it could go away. Is it a 7-year lease? And then we've committed to a sky bridge? I don't think so. I don't think that's consistent with the title either, so I won't be supporting. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Reese?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just think I want to be able to be clear on the record. One of the things that we are tasked with as a body is thinking critically about economic development in our downtown environment. That includes both the commercial applications of our role as city council members, as well as the residential ones. And in this particular case, this project itself, the city center, is pretty phenomenal. And if you've spent any time in it, you would know that it is going to, I think, transform the nature of downtown in terms of the number of people living there and also working. Because this is, what downtowns seek for vibrancy, a live, work, play, right? And so there will undoubtedly be people who are living in the city center project who are either on a short-term basis or long-term basis working in the businesses that are also located there. And Clear Capital is certainly one of them, but there are a number of other businesses. And again, let's root for Reno. I think this is something that, Madam Mayor, you have taken the lead in helping this community to see a vision for a vibrant downtown. So we can't always be saying we want a vibrant downtown, we want more walkable communities, we want more livable communities, and then on the other hand be paying lip service to that by saying, no, I don't like this particular element of some obscure code as justification for it. All of these things were found by a 5-to-1 vote of the Planning Commission. It appears that that will be a 6-to-1 vote at this body, if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly. That tells you that one of these things is not like the other, right? And at the end of the day, we should all be sad by that. I mean, that some folks just do not want to see Reno succeed, and I am not one of those people, so I'm happy to see this project moving forward.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. All right, thank you. Moving right along, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it right back to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're now moving into ordinance adoptions. Item F1 to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, I'm going to send it to the famous Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption number 6626, ordinance of the Reno City Council providing for the levy and manner of collection of assessments for the City of Reno Nevada Neighborhood Improvement Project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying, approving, and confirming all of the actions previously taken by the City Council of the City of Reno and the officers of said city directed toward the acquisition and improvements of said project in the district, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we've not received any public comment. Additionally, we have no comment registered.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, sending it right back to Carl Hall, item F2.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption number 6627, case number LDC 22-00056, Moana Park and Field zoning map amendment. Request for a zoning map amendment from general commercial, neighborhood commercial, and single-family residential to public facilities. The plus or minus 21.79 acre site is located south of Moana Lane, west of Baker Lane, and east of Grant Drive. The site has a master plan land use designation of parks, greenways, and open space, Ward 2.
All right, Madam Clerk, any public comments?
No public comment registered and no one in the audience.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to you, Councilwoman
Yeah,
Shore.
motion to approve.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, item F3, sending it right back to Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6628, case number LDC 22-00053, 85 Keystone Avenue, specific plan district. Request for rezoning from professional office to specific plan district. The plus or minus 0.47 acre site is located on the southwest corner of the intersection between Keystone Avenue and West First Street. The site has master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, Ward 1.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
None registered.
Okay, thank you. Sending it to Councilwoman Breckus.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F4, sending it right back to you, Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6629. Ordinance authorizing the issuance of city general obligation additionally secured by pledged revenues, various purpose subordinate lien bonds, series 2022, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $60 million in order to finance a portion of the design, acquisition, construction, improving, and equipping of a public safety center, a portion of the cost of the design, acquisition, construction, improving, and equipping of an aquatic center at Moana Springs, and preliminary work to design a fire department headquarters.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have none registered.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right, Madam Clerk, item G, and now item H, H1. Any announcements from City Council regarding boards and commissions? Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I just have one announcement, and unfortunately, Mr. Flansburgh is not with us today, but I believe it's Mr. Flansburgh's birthday today. So I just wish him a very happy birthday, even though he is traveling. And so, yeah, he's traveling, so good for him. Happy birthday, Mr. Flansburgh.
Happy birthday. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, sending it right back to you.
All right, Madam Mayor, let's go ahead and open the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Perfect.
So I'm going to go ahead and open item L1 roll call. Councilmember Breckus?
Here.
Dewar?
Here.
Delgado? Weber? Jardin?
Here.
Reese? Sheevy?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board.
Okay, thank you so much.
Item L2 public comment, we have none. Item L3, approval of the agenda.
May I get a motion? I have a motion.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All
Item
right.
L4, approval of the minutes from the April 27th meeting.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, so we're moving on to item L6, which is general public comment, to which we have none. So I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn the Redevelopment Agency Board.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. So wrapping up our regular meeting, we're moving on to item J, which is closing public comment. We have none registered to speak in the audience. It should be noted for the record, we did receive 7 comments, which were either general in nature or received after 4 p.m. yesterday, May 24th. 5 of those letters were in opposition of various items and 2 were concerned. Additionally, we have 3 voicemails, which we'll transfer to now.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, this is a resident on Deer Mountain Road calling in regards to the triplexes, villages 3 and 4 Reno project number of LDC 21-00038. We're calling simply to ask that the city follow the established guidelines and agreements regarding developing these properties. Not quite sure why they're trying to squeeze so many apartments in there. My understanding was that we were to expect commercial in that development with some possible residential. Concerns of ingress, egress, the number of people, livestock, and so forth being able to exit appropriately, water supply, as they will be not only supplementing water, but utilizing wells and so forth, and how that's going to work with our wells. We're opposed to all of that and voicing our opinion. Number to reach me back if needed, 775-453-0249. Thank you kindly.
Hi, my name is Byron Brown. I live in Verdi. I'm calling about the Meridian 120 requested changes by the developer. I think that 3,000 residential units are already too many for our little community. Let the developer put in services that will help the local community, such as grocery stores, restaurants, etc. Item 2, the I-80 overpass is inadequate for the existing traffic. Additional traffic will only make it worse for pedestrians and bicycles. And the pedestrians and bicycles are already at risk now, and the additional traffic will make it nearly impossible to get over that overpass. Thank you very much.
My name is Laura Leeming. I live in Bel Air Ranch Estates. I'm calling in regards to Reno project number LDC 21-00038. And I am voicing opposition to non-compliance towards the Mortensen Garson Overlay District and the Garson Handbook. And that was agreed upon the annex properties 20 years ago. We do not want above the agreed amount, and we do not want a triplex village being built. We want to preserve Verdi. It's already been partially destroyed with logistics centers and multiple family units. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lori Moore, and I live at 1435 Meridian Ranch Drive, 89523. I'm calling about the Meridian 120 South project, Villages 1. And I want you to know that I totally against allowing 3,000 more residential units. What we need is to have some grocery stores and infrastructure in that area. I'm so upset because traffic and life safety services are really an issue in this area, and putting more people and more density in this area is not a good idea. We already see what has happened to the area that has been developed and has created even more traffic problems. So please consider not allowing 3,000 new residential units in that area. And I don't know what the planning department is thinking of when they go ahead and approve that. I'm not happy with what's going on with the planning department. Okay, that's my comment, and I hope that something gets done. Thank you. Bye.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment, and I'm just looking for a motion on item K, adjournment.
All right, before I do that, actually, I have my own public comment, and I just want to point out we have one of Reno's finest over here who actually spent the entire day with us. Did you end up drawing the short end of the stick? Is that what happened? No, just happy to be here. No. Well, nice to see you. Thank you for being here and doing such a good job. Appreciate it. All right. Give me a motion. I have a motion. Second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, have a great afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much.